Okay, just had to go and set everything up for the stream, and we are ready to go. So we're going to pick up exactly where we left off last time, and I think this time around we are going to just switch to the next period right away. So I suppose we could watch this, but um I think I wanna keep this. Actually, we're losing a trade route either way. Is this the same as last time? I'm actually not sure. So we're gonna lose either of these trade routes. And we're either gonna keep this trade route here, or unlock this one. You know, let's join forces. Right, 80, that's exactly how we had it last time. We're gonna go with this again, knowledge and commerce. And now we can choose which things we want to have repaired or not take any damage, and we are going with some of the larger buildings. Actually, yeah, and we should go with the ones that offer free bonuses. That's this, and the Emporium. An additional caravan. Okay, now we're gonna have to place our medieval city center, which I kind of have been thinking about this a bit, right? So it kind of bothered me how basically it's asking us to start a new patch of town, but if you think about it, then yes, it makes kind of sense, but also not really. You know, they probably have new technologies, and now they want to go ahead and use these technologies to improve the living standard. So the question is, where would you do that with the city that we've built? I think the way that we've built the city is a little bit all over the place, right? We have a pretty dense urban core, and then we sort of have like a... Oh, that's interesting. I just realized that these old buildings that aren't repaired kind of look ruined and abandoned, and that's kind of cool as well. So anyway, what I was saying is that they do not want to just tear down the old city just to start a new one, but with the advancement of technologies, they want to form a more modern urban core somewhere. Now the question is, realistically, if we look at this realistically, right? We've been trying to play this game as realistically as possible. Where would that go? And, you know, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, there. right? Like the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking we want this to be a successful merchant town. So I'm thinking, honestly, it should just be replacing these farms. And instead the farms should be, see, that's the thing, the farms should just be moved, right? The farms need to be moved outward. But that makes no sense either, right? Why tear down all this farmland? So that's why I decided to put it on this side so that, you know, we can make the city kind of like sprawl across the river here, and this bridge becoming sort of something that connects the old part of town with the new part of town. But there's a lot of forest over on this side, so I'm actually hesitant. Because it's not exactly easy to chop down. And then also we have the fact that we have a lot of the larger buildings over on this side. So maybe we could actually just put this over here, right? But then all of this is dense forest as well, so the closest we could build it is here. And then we can kind of fill this area in and the town would just continue to grow this way toward the ocean. But I don't think that makes any sense. Why would you want to place that there? See, the more I'm looking at it, the more I kind of just want to start over again. Because knowing that I need to place a second city center, it's just making me want to start over because all of this is a bit messy, right? Plus the walls and everything. Should we start over? No, let's place this somewhere instead of starting over, and we're gonna just have to figure out how to do this. So one option would be to place it over here. Right? And just sort of get rid of the farms and put them somewhere else. The other option is to place it over here on top of this hill. Which I like that option, right? It's kind of giving me hill fort vibes, and then if we move this out a little bit, we'll just see. Ah, no. I hate this. I hate this so much. This topography thing is just annoying me so much. We also have some ruins here that we could do something with, right? So we got this new fort over here. Essentially, I suppose this would be... Interesting. So essentially this would be basically like a new town. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I don't like how this looks, so we're gonna have to we're gonna have to do all that again. This is one thing that I dislike about the game, that you play something and you think, oh, this will look good, but then it just doesn't. So these should be the most expensive buildings to repair. This is interesting as well, but I don't think you can place any bridges. So let's try placing it a little bit further away from the bridge and a bit further like so. It's not great, but it's not as bad, right? I'm starting to really dislike a few of the features of the game. Okay, so we need a lot of things to repair all of this. We also have a lot of blueprints that we could potentially use to upgrade some of these buildings and to unlock something like a small mine to start getting some iron, somewhere to make rope, a dungeon, a hostel, a university, a guild, and a court. So I think the guild is probably where we are heading. Oh, okay, so we can still unlock them. Actually, we cannot. Okay. Okay, so we cannot unlock buildings anymore, so that is interesting. So repairing some of these things, I think, takes priority. We should have a lot of wood coming in. I know maybe, you know, it would be better to just tear all of us down and build new things, but I kind of want to keep the old town as functional as it can be. So we need some clay. Are we currently harvesting any clay? Yes, we are. But maybe we also just want to just buy some, right? We need 312 and we have 172. The menu is sometimes a bit weird. Okay, so we can buy clay here. Okay, we get some new medieval towns to trade with, but also this ancient city that we can trade with. So if we wanted to buy 150, we are going to accept that. And then we can repair this. That's think next up we want to repair this. So we just need, and we just go through. Okay, so that takes a lot of clay, that just takes wood. Okay, we just need lots of wood for everything. Let me see about attractiveness. Okay, so there is attractiveness around here in particular. I think the guild would have to go over on this side as well. What do we need for that? Okay, we need a lot of clay and a lot of stone. But first I want to repair everything. Which maybe that's... You're losing a little bit of time just repairing that, right? So that's kind of, I think, where the game gives you an interesting question, right? Are you going to focus on your new city over here, right? They take an insane amount of resources though, honestly. I suppose the game would have wanted me to harvest a lot more resources. Can I already upgrade this? Okay, not that I really want to upgrade it yet. Okay, let's improve everything in the urban core first. Okay, we need more clay, more wood, and more clay. Okay, so clay is right now a bit of a bottleneck for us. Could build this over here, which would allow us to build some more mines up here. I think that's not a very bad idea. Can we repair anything else? No, we're still waiting on... Okay, there we go. And now we can build a nice quarry over here. Ah, that's in the attrition zone. Okay, no, we don't want that. Okay, so lots of clay out here. Oh yes, look at that. So much clay. And looks like this part of town is still growing. So we cannot really build any more of the ancient buildings anymore, as far as I'm aware. So if you wanted to build those things, you can't build them anymore. But I think houses can still come up. At least I would hope so, right? But yeah, I'm not exactly happy with this, so... You know what, I'm thinking I'm going to start over, actually. Because I'm not happy with it, so... Now that I know what kind of buildings there are and what kind of buildings I want to build and how the walls work and everything, I think yes, we are going to start over. And maybe we're just going to use endless mode. So we can grow the city to what we want it to grow, right? And I do feel like I want to use a different emblem this time around. This emblem maker is really not very nice. I kind of really just hate it. Honestly, I'm not a fan of this emblem maker. It's just not very nice. We can make this more bold, which is interesting. Let's actually go with that and then change our emblem to let's use this again. Yeah, why not? And then we want it to be just a little bit bigger. I mean, it kind of sucks, but so where is the second glyph? So we okay, so the second glyph is something we put. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, why not? And so the reason I'm starting over is because now that I know I'm gonna have to make a second city center, perhaps I'm going to choose a different location where to start, right? Because then I might actually choose something where the second city center is more accessible. So this is a recommended spot. I can see why they're recommending this. This is kind of close to where we were, right? So we started down here, right? But I can see why they recommend this, because it's much closer to where you get all the clay and everything. So that would make that a little bit more accessible. And then, so the question though is, where would I put farmland? So industry going down here, or basically industry going in here makes sense, but then again you also want industry kind of down there. The whole question of farmland in this area, I'm not sure. On the other hand, here doesn't seem bad at all. So what I like about this starting location, I mean, what I don't like is that we don't have a port. Because I would definitely still like to make a port. But what I like about this is that we could potentially have the industry over in this area, right? Like this whole thing has so much wood, clay, stone. So this whole side over here toward the east would be really good industrial land. And then we can have our city here. And then we could put the second city over here on the other side of the street. So we would have the antique urban core kind of over here. And we just get rid of the forest by placing farms over there. Or just placing the farms all the way over on the other side, right? If we were to place this here, then yeah, you know, we can eventually grow our farms over to that side. And it's close enough to the road system. I'm just not sure about the topography, but it looks relatively flat, right? So yeah, like industry all going here, and then farmland going up here, just along this little road. And then we can build the city here and move the other urban core kind of out here. The only thing that, like I said, I don't like is not having a port. And I do like the idea of having a port. It's kind of why I liked this starting region. Though I wasn't so happy of having the port here on the sand, right? It would have been nicer to have the port in a better location. But I don't actually see a great place for a port other than here. But this is also kind of a weird spot, right? Like this is also kind of weird. So if we were to start up here, then I suppose we have lumber and industry and everything, and then there's lots of clay over on this side, right? So industry would kind of be on this side, commerce would, and like the city center would kind of all be around this region here. And then I suppose farmland can go over on this side. And this is just elevated toward there, so maybe we can put like a hill fort on top of here. Maybe, but see, the terrain manipulation in this game is really horrible, so... No, we are going to start down here this time around. Although I really did like this region. You know, I actually really did like this region. I just didn't like some of the aspects of it, so we're gonna see if I'm more pleased if we are putting it here. Right, so now the question is, where do we place this so that roads make sense? I've kind of liked, or I kind of like this, but I want there to be a connection toward the west, so... all a little bit awkward. What if instead we start here? Now we don't want the main road to go through the city. At least not. So if we look at this more realistically, we are settlers who want to start a city in this region. There are some existing roads, so we have chosen a fork, and so the industrial area being here, that's great because then all the industrial traffic can just go up over this industrial road, and all the commercial and personal traffic can just go here, right? So that to me is why I like this fork. I just don't like how we're not getting a road connection toward the west unless we build all the way over there, but then the industrial part of town is going to be far away again, so but I would need to turn this by a lot, and then the road thing is a bit weird. Like, I'm not a fan of this north road that is just going to connect up there. Also not really sure why we can't get a road connecting a little bit lower. Why everything wants to connect so darn high. You know, let's just plonk this down right here. Let's just do it. Okay, so Hamlet, and we want to unlock this, and our houses are starting already. Okay, so let's pause the game, and as I said, it's really impossible to stop the houses from just popping up everywhere. So we want to probably build one of these over here. So that we can build our forestry and everything over in this area. Did I go with endless mode? Oh yes, I did. Okay, so that is actually nice. Okay, so I don't need to think about, oh, but I only have a specific amount of turns. Okay, so to upgrade this, I need 90 citizens and some wood and some stone. There's no way I can buy this. Okay, where's the clay? The clay is all the way out there. Oh wow. That's quite far away, but that's okay. We have time to get over there, right? And then stone, we have stone down there, and of course this big mountain of stone. Okay, so realistically we want to place this thing out here so we can build the farms a little bit further away. And then this also kind of makes a pretty decent highway hut, so to speak. And maybe we can incorporate it into the farm. I like incorporating these into the farm, so I don't actually mind putting it a bit further away. Right, let's make sure this is... Okay, it's a road, and this can't really be... Okay, I think this is fine. I do kind of want to just turn this toward the road. Okay, let's just place it there. And I guess we could also... So we want another one kind of over here. So I don't seem to be able to place it anywhere up here. Okay, I can place it here. Which... no. Now we want to just put this right here. Like so. Of course it's gonna cut into the mountain again instead of just kind of using the terrain. That is something that I hope they work on, right? Make this game just a little bit nicer. Okay, and houses are popping up. That's great. So now we get to actually do our resource gathering. So if we were to make a farm, we could put this farm all the way out here. Which I like, with 12 fields. I suppose I used more wood. And the other game starts, this was not a problem. Okay, so we're gonna start with a quarry out here. And I think we're going to just turn it like so. And we're going to harvest stone. Okay, and then we can set up a cutting camp. Right about here. And I'm thinking this time around I'm going to upgrade the cutting camps so that we can actually deforest a little bit faster. So this time around there's no limit to how long I can take for the antiquity era, which, you know, you could argue that, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense because, well, the era is not exactly taking into account how you want your city to be. It's the era is going to evolve, and then things happen and you're gonna have to go with the times, right? So, but I'm still going to try to aim for 1250. I just like to not have the pressure, but I'm still aiming for it. So let's see, so we're getting our cutting camp here. And I think one of the first things I want to do is actually upgrade this, but we're gonna need some clay for that. This is actually not bad as a first upgrade because it improves the radius by quite a bit. And the cutting camp just makes it cut down things faster, right? Let's just wait for this to be built. Our farm is starting to produce fields, which is just great. We have a citizen, so now we just need to wait for the wood, so perhaps we're just going to wait for that real quick. Yeah, we're just gonna improve that. Okay, so that is improving. Now. Now. The next thing we're gonna have to unlock is the architecture office. But I'm thinking, yes, I'm going to take this upgrade. Take this upgrade. And that upgrade. And this upgrade right away. Okay. And yeah, as you can see, this little tower thing is being incorporated quite well into the farm. So that's nice. So I like how this all looks so far. We've got a nice little urban core going. Now we need the architectural office, but one thing that we can do is we can place another surveyor cabin so that we can actually get some clay, because all the clay is out there, right? So problem is I'd like to improve this, but I need clay and cut stone for that, so that is absolutely hilarious. And now I'm basically going to unlock these based on how close to the city center I want them to be. So I'm going to start with this as soon as I have the blueprints for it, right? Because I want this to be relatively close to the city center. Which right now there's still spaces where it could be relatively close. So, and the architecture office I think I'm going to actually put relatively far out. Actually, maybe we're gonna put this out here on this crossroad. Or maybe over here. No, over here. Or maybe we're gonna kind of place it here so the surveying tower there can have a little bit of company. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's place this there. And we're gonna want to place this as soon as possible. Not the happiest with the placement, but you know, it is what it is. So that's done. So the quarry, we can now place that here. It's not the best quarry, but you know, it does its job. And it's going to harvest clay. So yeah, we're having industry around here for clay and all the other stuff. The fields are still coming in. Lovely. Okay. We need 500, so we need just a few more before we can build our forum. Also, can we improve this? Yes, we can, which I think I want to do right away because we want to chop down this forest faster, right? $500. Oh, we kind of overshot that by a bit, so now we can unlock this. So we need some more stone for that. So perhaps we're going to build another quarry. Wait, can we do... we can actually place another one of these out here, which would probably give us the quarry that we actually want. Plus more options for actually placing down more lumber mills, right? So we're gonna place this here. And we're going to place another cutting camp. Right, so that's kind of what I was going for, right? So I can... But I want to wait until I can upgrade these, right? So because once I can upgrade these, then I can place the cutting camps a bit further inside. So I'm going to wait until I have the sand for this, and we're probably going to wait for the next quarry. Actually, let's see, where's the most sand? Okay, it would actually be over here, so making another quarry in here that's just going to focus on sand seems like not such a bad idea. Right, like just in the middle, so that's going to be our sand quarry. Right. So that's going to just completely focus on the sand. Okay, so that's done. So now we can make another quarry for rock. And clay, potentially, but I think the other one should be able to cover all of this clay, right? Once we give it an upgrade, it should be able to cover all the clay. So instead, I also love how I'm able to already look at these resources, right? So we've got some iron and gold veins out here, and so this is definitely going to be another stone quarry. And I'm gonna leave some space so that I can actually place a mine there eventually as well. Should I put this? See, I don't know the radius of the mine. I'm thinking I'm gonna place this all the way out there. Or maybe a bit further out. Yeah, because we can... I know that I can change the radius of this to improve it. I'm not sure about the mine. So we're gonna leave some space. And we're going to go a little bit further down toward this mountain. Oh, there we go. Right. So, we're doing a lot more in terms of production. Last time I didn't really focus a lot on production. And I just figured, you know, we are going to get our resources eventually, right? Like, I was fine with waiting, but this time around I'm not waiting around for these resources. I'm just going straight at it. Right, I have 4 built, but perhaps I can get rid of this one soon if I upgrade this and the city center enough, right? So, now we are gathering sand. And more rock. So rock, sand, clay. Clay is going to be our slowest resource, but that's okay. So I need 40 to upgrade this, so we're just gonna wait. Oh, and I need cut stones. Okay, so we're going to have to figure out if either we want to start producing more wood right away, but not be able to chop down as much, of this up here. But then again, we can always just... Yeah. You know what? I think I don't really need to worry about having to upgrade these. Because, oh, okay, so if I can place this there, the density does not actually get further, it gets less, so I think we're just going to put them now. So let's place this and then also place the other one out here. Suppose this one would be nice if I could place it a bit further out. So maybe we'll wait with this one. Yeah, maybe we'll wait with that one. So, industry is going here. And we want to build this as fast as possible now, because the city is growing, right? We're just waiting for the rock. There we go. And now we're waiting for the workers. Okay, so we're just waiting. We have enough blueprints to unlock the next thing after, which should be probably the Agogi Center. Or we should wait for the buildings we are going to unlock once we are at the next chapter. Yeah, let's do that instead. 18, 19, there we go. So, forum. Probably go over on this side. So I can't make this flush there, but I can make it flush here. The question is, how do we want to connect this? Do we want to connect this to a straight road? Or do we want to just put this out here? I think the forum should be accessible. So... See, now it's bothering me that this district is here, and I cannot actually build a road out toward the forum. This is actually something that bothers me a bit. So you can't actually plan the city. So the situation, if I were the mayor of the city, is now that the city has grown. This is where people have decided to build their houses. And now we have citizens, so we need law. So I've decided I will build a forum, because a forum is a public square where citizens gather to deal with commercial, political, economic, judicial, or religious matters. So this is why we want to build this. And now we want to build this somewhere that is accessible. You know, this might be a great place for it if that was not dense forest. You know, I'm wondering if maybe I should put a cutting camp, like right down here, so that I can get rid of some of this forest down here. to potentially build something like a wonder or so down here, right? Because we've got this street coming all out here. Or maybe, you know, maybe, see, that's another thing. Maybe I'm actually going to put the commercial building here, the round one, the market thing. Just going to slap that right in there so it has a road going straight through it. Yeah, why not? We'll see, we'll see. For now, as the mayor of the city, we are going to have to think about where to build this forum. Just gonna have to wait for the workers again. There we go. So we're gonna have to think about where to place this forum. It serves the people, so it should be close to where people live and it should be easy to get to. The problem with this district here is that it's surrounded by streets, but no street really goes through it. Oh wait, actually there is a street going through it. So perhaps what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this road up here. And we're going to place this a little bit out. Like so. And then we want to provide, probably creativity. Yeah. Actually, the road did not connect in a straight line how I thought it would. So that's a little annoying. I wish it was easier to see how what you're going to do is going to affect everything, right? Anyway, we've built the forum, and this is now the place where citizens come to discuss their matters. And we could build the founding statue right across from it, which I think that's what we're going to do. But we're going to leave some space again. Right, these roads are doing whatever they want, but that's okay. That's okay. I think we're going to... I don't actually know what else you do with these points, to be honest. So we're getting closer to unlocking some stuff. Cut stones. We cannot actually yet unlock that, but we do have these now. So if we unlock this, we will be able to get the cut stones that we need to upgrade it. And I think we don't need the warehouse just yet. So let's start with this. Now we just need the workers for it. And already this has been claimed as a district. Okay, that's fine by me. That's how I wanted it. So, we need some workers. There we go. So now we have this big thing, which is a market. It's a large market and the beating heart of the city's commerce. Its locations are restricted, but it plays an important role in people's lives as a supply source for food and exotic goods. So this is essentially the big market square. So that should be accessible to people. So that's why I'm thinking I am going to put it right here. But I was also thinking about putting it down there. The problem is I cannot actually put it where I want to put it. I can't put it as low. But what I can do is I can put it right here. I think that's fine. It's really nice and close. The thing is, if I were to build it very close, no buildings are going to be built that just immediately surround it. If I'm building it a bit further away, there's going to be some districts that are going to form a little bit around it. But I actually prefer having it closer, so we're going to slap this in here. As centrally as we can. There. And this is now going to provide some safety and some belonging. So, I think that looks decent. The roads down here are a little bit of a mess, but you know, you can't always get everything the way you want because roads have already been built. We might be able to place some buildings adjacent to these roads. But yeah, I think this makes sense. So we've now decided, let's build a big market. As a city, we have decided, let's build a big market and because we want to trade with other cities. So we've built it closest to the roads that would connect to other cities. And this is now going to be kind of the urban commercial area. Whereas this up here is more so the area with the political buildings. Maybe we're going to build a church, a theater, something like this. And I kind of like how we have the farms kind of off to the side here, away from the city, kind of separated by a line of trees. I like that, personally. So I might not grow the city too much further to the north. Yeah, I might not grow the city much closer toward the north. So all these cabins are installed. And we are going to be able to get the cut stones that we need for this eventually when we start actually selling things. And to improve this, we also need the wooden beams. So now we need more cultural districts, which we should be working on as soon as this thing has been built. There we go. So now I have a stone masonry. So we're going to unlock these right away. What do we need first? That's a good question. What do we need first? We could trade. See, they are kind of expensive though, so perhaps we should not buy them. So what we need first, I think, is upgrading these for some more wood, perhaps. So cut stone first, or we want to upgrade the city center first. I think the first thing I want to do is actually sell some of the excess resources that I have. So stone and wood. So we are going to unlock this for 100, and then we are actually going to sell. I think wood is what we have the most of, so they can only buy 300 of this, so we're going to sell 300, and so we gain 600 gold from that trade route. Everything else, I think we are not having much access of. So that's the trade route completed. So now we want to ideally improve this. So that would mean the carpentry would go first. We just need the workers for that. Okay, there we go. That is our first faction. We are going to accept the faction. And now we have this office here, which we're gonna have to decide where to place that. Making our own coin seems like a very good idea. We might want to upgrade this soon, so that we can chop down this forest a little bit faster. See, that's 4,000, so 6 per cycle, and then this is 8 per cycle. Just makes this a little bit better. As always, workers are where we are struggling the most with though. So here we go with the carpentry, which I suppose we cannot put in the dense forest, of course. Where are we going to place this? Are we going to place this out here then? Right, why not put it next to the architectural office? With maybe a little bit of space. Sure, I think this makes sense to place it there. Because then they can get their wood relatively quickly from the forestry. And everybody that needs to pick up some of these materials can get them relatively quickly. Right. Now we're just gonna have to wait again. We have enough stone. Okay, that's done. So perhaps we want to do the coin mint as fast as possible. Plus we obviously want to get this unlocked soon. It is really kind of difficult to unlock everything when I want it. Because I ideally want to be building a lot of these things already, right? But there's no way I can get more blueprints quickly. I could upgrade the architectural office bow, which I think we're going to do that as soon as possible, right? We can go up to level 3 within the ancient era. So yeah, I think we're gonna do this next. We're going to upgrade the architectural office as soon as possible. And we're definitely not going to be building a rampart yet. That was really giving me such a gripe last time. Yeah, no, we are not doing that until we are absolutely sure. Okay, so what we need now is just the wooden beams. And we are gathering those as we speak. Again, we can sell a little bit those, so perhaps we're going to sell them 300 rocks. Yes, why not? And then we can actually buy a few of these. So how many do we actually need? We need 156 actually. So let's just speed things along by just buying them. I think we have 22 right now, so what we need to have 56 is 32. Not that expensive, we're gonna get them. Boom. Oh, we're too short. Okay, let's just wait a cycle. Here we go, accept, improve, accept. Right, so that is upgrading. And now we can also work on the cut stones. Oh no, first things first, right? We need. Do we actually need to upgrade these? I suppose this one we want to upgrade so we can get rid of this thing, but maybe we'd actually sooner be able to get rid of the one in the middle. I'm not sure. The reason I want to get rid of one is so that I can place another one out here for more farmland. But there's no rush, we can still upgrade the farm, right? And the upgraded farm actually doesn't cost us a lot. And we have more wood than we need anyway, so yeah. Let's unlock the architectural office, the upgrade, and let's see what we need to upgrade it. We need 10 cut stones and 10 wooden beams. We can only buy cut stones here. But I'm thinking if I'm now going to buy 10, I cannot actually afford this. Oh, actually I can, so let's do that. And then we just wait. Okay. Okay, we have upgraded this, and honestly, this looks like we can soon get rid of it. But let's not think about that just yet, right? So we want to improve this as soon as possible though, so let's go ahead and improve it. I keep forgetting that we will need workers for everything, so let's wait for the 30 workers to come in to actually improve this. And it looks like our citizens are starting to upgrade their houses. That's nice. So, a prison, a school, or the Mysterium. I kind of like the Mysterium. So we're going with that again. We're just going to lose a little bit of money for that. There we go, we can now improve this. And we have a few more of these points that we can invest. Also, we've got more buildings coming up here, which is nice, but also kind of not so nice. Because it means we're not going to be able to put any building like right next to a forum. But that's okay. That's okay. Specifically, the Senators is going to be something of a problem. That is why I put the statue here, hoping to reserve this spot. But then again, if you want to reserve a spot, maybe you shouldn't build a statue there, but something that is not attractive. Right? But that's okay. So we've built the statue here, but we're gonna replace that with the Senators soon, I think. Or are we going to put that over on... Yeah, I think we want the Senators opposite of the Forum. Maybe? We're gonna see once we have it unlocked, right? So this is upgrading. And we have 500 that we could spend to now get the Stone Mason. And we definitely want to build this right away. And so the Stone Mason, we can build it opposite of the Carpenter, or opposite of the Architectural Office, which I'm kind of leaning toward that. Yes, let's get ahead and build this here. So again, same logic applies, right? I'm trying to see if this game can be played with like a realistic approach instead of like a game approach. So again, we as the mayor need to decide or basically give permission to our citizens. Our citizens came to us and asked, we want, or like someone said, I want to open a stone masonry. And we as the mayor need to approve the location. And he said he wants to build it right there, next to the architectural office, next to the carpenter, close to the quarries, so that he can get his raw input materials fast. And then he's also close to the road, so that, you know, yeah, so that he can get his products on the street relatively quickly. And that to me makes perfect sense, right? Like he'd bring it out here on this road, out here on that road, or he'd go that way and then see, that's like the only thing that's a little bit weird is like getting over here. That is the only thing that is not exactly ideal yet. If it were me, I'd probably want to connect this kind of like maybe from up here down there, or maybe, you know, like just cut through here, but it's not exactly ideal, but you know, it is what it is. so stone masonry is coming, this everything is coming. We don't have the blueprints to unlock this, but we want to unlock it soon. And we have so many things that we want to unlock, but this is being upgraded still. Okay, yes, I definitely want this faction. And we have increased the radiance, which means we can now actually build the area. Which I'm not sure where I would build it. I guess it depends on where we are building the senators. Which, arguably, maybe we should build it close to the market? Although maybe a bit further away from the market, more so to kind of... See, the problem I'm having is that all this industry is over here, so I'm probably going to be placing buildings that are industrial focused in this area as well, so that some people want to actually come living here. So yes, I suppose we're gonna build it surrounding the market. So the market is kind of like the center of the city now, so we're gonna have to see about where we are going to be placing our senators. Probably we're gonna just make it face the market. Yeah, probably. Probably to this side over here. Yeah. But first we're gonna have to unlock it, so... And we have too much clay and too much sand, so we can sell that somewhere. Okay, so these guys buy our clay at a slightly higher rate, so let's go ahead and sell 200 clay, or see, maybe we're gonna hold off on that because we're about to unlock buildings that are going to need that, right? This needs clay, this needs sand. We just need blueprints, which we are getting at a pretty high rate now. Right, so there we go, that's the senators unlocked. Now we just need the workers. And so if I want to get the workers, what I can do is I can look at my clay quarry, for example, and I can pause that. Right, and that gives us that. And then I can look at my other quarry and pause that as well. And this gives me 6 people that I can then use to build this. So the thing is though, it needs these workers for construction and it also needs this for maintenance. I thought maybe there's some buildings where you need more people to construct it than you need for maintenance. I suppose maybe wonders or something like that. So we're very close to the 30, so let's just go ahead, build this. Right, and so now the question is, where are we going to put this? And yeah, I was thinking of just placing it against the market, right? The shape is odd, to say the least. So if we wanted to attach this to the market directly, right? This would be the most logical place to put it. But I think maybe I don't want to have it just directly next to the market, but kind of more off to the side here. Does this make sense? Or do we want to build it a little bit further away so a little amount of buildings can actually still form in between the market and the senators? I suppose that will make it look a little bit more organic, maybe? Of course, there's also the option of perhaps building it up here, right? Kind of like putting it there, but I don't like this because, as I said, I kind of want to put a few working class buildings here and have a few working class people actually live here. But then again, we have a statue of founders here, and you know what? I'm thinking I'm going to demolish this and move it somewhere else. Because if I'm going to have working class people live here, then this makes no sense. Instead, I would like to put the statue of founders in front of our senators. Question being, where do I put it, right? Again, over on this side, it makes no sense because that's where all the industry is. I guess I could also just decide to put it like quite far out. Or put it kind of like in here. Like so. Right, if I just put it in there like so. Then it's close to the market. Some buildings should still be able to be formed around it. But it's not facing the market. Right, this would be it facing the market, but as you can see, the mountain there is a little bit of a problem, so that's why I'm leaning toward having it moved a little bit. What I could also do is I could turn it this way. But that does not make much sense. I think the most sense is to place it in here. But a bit out. Oof. Placing buildings in this game is actually kind of rough sometimes. Like this, we'd probably lock this road that's connecting to the market to go directly along Senators. It would be nice if it had like a system where it would just completely fill in some of these regions with just stone, right? Just some stone pathing, you know, instead of just keeping the green. Like if all the gaps here would just be filled in. You know what? Let's just go ahead and try this. Because I kind of like it. So we need creativity. Esteem, and then what is the worst out of these? They're all the same, so let's go with safety. Right, do I like this? Yeah, yeah. It's not facing the market directly, but I like it. Let's wait until it's actually built. Can we do anything in the meantime while this is ticking away? Can we sell something? No. Are we making some taxes? Yeah, we are collecting some taxes. Not really collecting any taxes from those. Yeah, it might seem a little bit of a weird placed building, but I kind of like it. It's charming, right? There we go. See, and what I wish is that it kind of filled in this stuff around it with just some rocks, right? Because there's still some earth in between there, which that is a bit bothering me. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to go back and reload this, so probably this one, this save. No, we need to go further back. Okay, so perhaps it would be better to place it facing the market a bit more like this instead. I suppose it would make more sense on a straight. You know, we could put it like this as well. I don't like it. I don't want to have it too close to the mountain because then it's just going to be having this weird cutting issue. Right? We could place it in here, making it kind of be facing the market. So that way it would be kind of facing the market, but not exactly facing the market. Let's see. So if I want this orientation, then if we were to build this straight away from the market, right, so I think this is pretty central. And then if we just move this straight out, it would be here. I keep moving my mouse by accident, so let's try that again. So I think this is pretty much central. And then without moving the mouse, let me actually try to let go of that. But then the moment I want to click, I'm going to move the mouse again. So this is pretty much central to the market, and then if we go just... Do I like this? You know, I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it. It's not bad. I want to try something else though. This is something that bothers me a bit about the game, you know, you make something and you don't like it, you're gonna have to basically go and load a new save. Okay, so what if instead we are making this face a little bit further this way? And then we want to make everything kind of straight. So straight, I'm not sure. What if instead we placed it here? So not as far away. That just doesn't look like it's centered, so let's move it a bit further there. Yeah, I think I prefer this. Just having it a bit closer to the city center, I think makes a bit more sense. And we get our Mysterium again. Oh, okay, so now people are deciding that they want to live out here next to the statues. Okay, so, you know, maybe we will stay. Maybe we will keep it. We will keep the statue here now that people have decided they want to live around it. Okay. Next up, what we need to build is maybe the Mysterium. Maybe the Mysterium. So the Senatus is being built. It's being built down here. You know, it'd be kind of nice if the terrain just kind of gradually flattened down rather than so abruptly, right? But the game is still in early access, so... I don't actually have a workers to play this again, but we might soon want to actually get these back because we do not have what we need. So, do we actually need this building? Not really. A small coin mint. Let's see, does that actually upgrade in some kind of way? Just looking at all these buildings to see what is upgrading. So this doesn't upgrade, that doesn't upgrade, that doesn't upgrade. So all of these aren't going to upgrade through the ages. The forum isn't either. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we want to unlock this next. So we can have a bigger storage. Probably have enough food surplus for a while, but maybe it's also not a bad idea to start expanding on our farms. Maybe we should upgrade this so we can build the next one further out. Right, because right now we would be able to place it actually, that's not too bad. Then we can have the next farm out there. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, and perhaps this one can then be obsolete if we upgrade this and we upgrade the city center a bit more and so on and so forth. But for now, we'll just build that. Sanitas is being built. Yeah, everything's kind of just being slowly put together. And we found some ruins out there. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. We might actually do something with that. Might be interesting to have whatever out there, right? Is still a bit far away. Let's get construction, not construction. Let's get harvesting going again. Deforestation is going pretty fast at this rate. It's great. Upgrading these eventually. Yes, the buildings are coming in. That's great. What kind of building is this? Oh yes, this is a production building. So we're going to put that over on this side, which hopefully then makes industrial factions come live around there. So we can build the farm. Let's go ahead and actually do that. Oh, we don't have the workers for it. That's true. So maybe we should wait, because once we've unlocked this, we will need 19 workers, right? So perhaps better to wait. $900, okay. There we go. How many are we making? 20 per turn, per cycle. And I think we're getting a bonus of 15%, which could be higher if we had more stuff, right? So if we unlock this, and then we should be able to build it relatively soon. We can cover more base needs. Aha, more factions. Do we want to accept this faction? They live around that statue. Let's decline for now. We can always... Yeah, we can always get our factions, right? So these are living here. They already have... Right, if you check where it's completely yellow, it means you have one faction living there, or one type of faction only. And so I'm trying to make sure we have a little mix, but not too much, right? So these are already kind of locked in there. These are still completely fresh, and then I suppose I should have gone ahead and allowed it, because the industrial area is going to be mostly down here. Whatever, right? So there we go, that's the building. And this central warehouse definitely needs to go here into the industrial zone. And do I want this to be against the street or a little bit away from the street, so that, or do I want to make it turn this way, or maybe I want to tilt it just a little bit, like so. Yes, actually I kind of like that. Or maybe what I want to do is have it face this way. Not sure. Or this way. Or just slap it right there in the middle. You know what, let's actually do that. Let's just slap this right here in the middle of everything. And have a few workshops in front of it. Or something. Right, so what we need is creativity for more blueprints. And we also want belonging. Okay. And there comes the houses around the market. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. I want the whole market to be surrounded by houses. And yes, so the citizens are kind of like around this in like a weird way, but yeah. We'll see. I gave this building a lot of breathing room. Just because I thought, yeah, why not, right? So we still don't have the politics in place, but that's okay. So I think this city so far is developing relatively organic. We are chopping down this forest relatively quickly, which is nice. These as well. And we can still put more out here. So we wanted to build a farm, right? I think we should probably do this soon. While we wait for the blueprints. For the next building we want to build. Which... maybe we want to have these. Finally. out here. We'll see. Or another cultural building. So we can invest points again. Not sure what else you do with the points, right? And that allows us to maybe, can we fit this in there? No, we actually can't. Maybe we want this over here. Where would we want this? Maybe we'd actually like having it in here. Or just in front of the senators? No. So this is kind of like a little... just a little park, right? So maybe we'd want one over here. Just to break things up a bit. Or out here. It's like difficult to really place things because they're just going to do whatever they want anyway, right? They're just going to do whatever they want. And maybe connecting this here could be nice, having like a little park out there. Well, it's not really a park, it's more so just a promenade, I guess you could say. You know, it does kind of fit out here. So let's slap one down right there. Yeah, I think that actually looks really nice out there. Yeah, we can't do more than that. Yeah, that's nice. That fits there pretty neatly. Kinda could have been nice to have this in between the senators and here, but yeah, not really necessary. But I like it out there. Yeah, I like it. Okay, so we're still waiting for the blueprints to build more of these things. We could also go ahead and build the Mysterium soon. And the thermal baths. Coin mint. I'm leaving some space here and there for the wonders, you know. In particular, I'm thinking I want a big wonder right here, next to the market as well. Not sure which one, but maybe the library, right? The Library of Alexandria would fit really nicely in there. So, let's see. What do we need to do? We need more factions so we can actually vote. Okay. Other than that, we wanted a farm. So let's go ahead and build that farm. Let's go ahead and build that over there. Yes, I like this, and let's make that. And then this just needs some workers so we can repair it. Yeah. Okay. Now suppose we could also put the other city center up here, right? Because the farms are kind of sprawling out into this direction. So maybe it makes sense to put the medieval city center up here. Okay, we have 1000 blueprints, so we should decide what we want to build next. Do we need tiles and bricks? We need tiles to go to the next level, which we have the inhabitants for that soon. So we need to unlock those. So those make sense to unlock and place. Okay, so this is all still dense forest, which sucks because I would really like to place this in here. That just kind of sucks. It is kind of connected to the clay, so I'm also kind of thinking of just putting it out here. Because this is where we get all the clay, right? So placing these things in this area also makes a lot of sense, right? What is the other one shaped like? The brickworks. Oh, the brickworks is shaped like this, so maybe... Okay, but it's complaining about this being dense forest. Yeah, no, neither of them fit into this space in here. I'm kind of afraid I'm not going to be able to put both in here. So I can place this here, and I'm thinking I'm going to just do that. Boom. But now the brick one is going to be a bit trickier. Okay, the brickworks one is trickier because apparently all this up here is dense forest, right? So where exactly am I going to place it, right? Doesn't really make a lot of sense to place it out here. But perhaps I can just kind of make it find a kind of way to be in here. Sure, I'll just forcibly put that in there. The terrain is an absolute disaster again, but it's the industrial area. I'm I'm not too concerned, right? So those are done. So now we're going to start producing those. We're gonna have enough of this as soon as we hit 900, I think. And now we're going to start seeing some bricks. And we've got another faction that wants to come in. Yeah, close to the Senate. Makes sense, right? Let's see. How are we looking? Yeah, politicals, merchants, industrials. Yeah. More buildings, more houses coming up. That is nice. I wish there was a way to kind of get more factions. I suppose I can build more cultural buildings, right? So let's see. What do we want? I definitely want some industrial. So we're gonna have to look at either of these. I'm thinking we're gonna start with the ceramics workshop because that just seems like a really like a base one that we should have. Plus there's this, which I'm really curious to find out what it is. Are we going to wait for this? I'm so curious about what this is. I might hate it, right? Okay, so this workshop has a neat little shape that we can probably, hopefully just, yeah, we can just put that right in here. Should we though? Should we put that right in there? Because it's kind of going to break up this road a bit. Or we're gonna put it like so. Or we could also put it this way around. Or over here. Where would this be? So the ceramics workshop would likely mostly make sense out here. You know, it oddly fits right here, so I don't know. Why not, you know? In an odd way, this is satisfying me, so... Okay, this is the worst. Yeah, like in an odd way, this kind of satisfies me the way that this kind of fits in there. Breaking up the streets just a little bit. And after that, what do we want? I did like the hill fort, or the fort was kind of nice. To kind of like place it out here. But I think we're just going to do this one, whatever this is, right? We're just going to unlock that. I do have resources surplus, so we might just go ahead and sell those. Right, so we're going to sell 50 of those. So there it is, and yeah, I like this. You know, this little ceramics workshop out here. Yeah. I like it. So our city is mostly crowding toward this side, but that is primarily because this is not very attractive down here, right? So we've got some attractive zones up here coming up, and down here there's like no attraction. But we are hopefully going to fix that as soon as we can get rid of this, once we have chopped down all of this forest. Perhaps we can then get rid of this. Maybe we could make this go a bit faster, right? By just putting another cutting camp out here. You know, we can just put another one out, and then perhaps that's just going to chop things down a bit faster. Yeah, you know, that maybe that is the way to go. You just build more out here to just kind of chop everything down fast, and then perhaps we can just pause this one because, you know, we don't really need to chop this forest down right now. But what we need to chop down is this forest down here. So perhaps we're going to put another cutting camp over in this region here. So now hopefully we can just get rid of all of these trees out here relatively quickly. So that I can build a couple of wonders just kind of surrounding the city center. Yeah, everything is kind of looking good. You are harvesting stone. Yeah, I don't think we need that right now. What we need is 900 inhabitants. We are really close. Okay. Aha. We've got some problems here. I actually don't know how I can fix that. Okay. Okay. See, I don't actually know how I can do that. I could reduce the taxes, which would make them just, yeah. But we're just gonna accept that these people are having some problems right now with each other. I mean, that happens, right? You're not always going to be happy with the faction that lives next to you. Is there something that I want to unlock right now? So I have all of these unlocked and built. All of these are unlocked and built, and I guess we could upgrade this, but my god, that is taking a lot of workers. We'll see if that's actually necessary. Right now we're making 20 blueprints per cycle, which is not too bad. There we go. We can upgrade this, which we are going to do. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? We need more factions. Do we need to harvest more stone? No, not really. We can just leave that be for now. This wood we can leave be as well. We wanted to repair this. Right, whatever that is. Or do we want to improve a city? What would we build? So we have this one, for example, which is just a small little building, which I wish you could see a preview of it, right? But I guess this is how it looks like, right? It's like a small round building. That's a little bit of a coin mint, which it might make sense out here. But it is a commercial building, so it might make more sense out here, next to the commercial district. Right, like just kind of here. You know what? Let's go ahead and put it there. This gives still space for some buildings to come out around it. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is nice. This is a nice little building we can put out there. See, that does look neat. I do feel like I put it a little bit too close to the road, but it's okay. No, it's not. It's not. Turn. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell, right? So I guess you just have to know these things. There we go. Or do we want to wait for the workers for this instead of placing this out there? The question is, what else would we put here? You know, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we want a bigger building here. Yeah, maybe we want a wonder out here instead. So perhaps we should not put it out there. It might be kind of nice in here. Just breaking up, because this is all very square, right? Like everything here is kind of square, square, square. And then this would kind of neatly break this up a bit. Like so. Making it actually face this way. Yeah, you know what? I think that is actually neat. That, yeah, that is nice. We're gonna put it there. I think that kind of splits this region up in a neat way. And yeah, sometimes you see that there's like tiling going on, you know, they're putting down tiles, and I just wish they would put that like everywhere so it would look less like there's just grass everywhere. Okay, we're growing the city. Hopefully this thing is not going to attract... Ooh, it has 400 attraction. Maybe we should have waited with that because... Okay, right, we might want to wait with building these things until we have secured like some wonders down here. Because I don't want the buildings to just come up and then we have a problem, right? So, as much as I like this building and as much as I like it in that area, I don't want to just lock this area up right yet. So this is what I was waiting for. So instead, we still need to wait for a decree here. We're definitely not going to build a rampart. Definitely not. We're still one faction short. I'm just hoping we're going to get an industrial faction soon. So perhaps I should unlock this thing. Because it can be evolved. Or I should unlock this. Or that. I don't understand how this is a political building, but I suppose, you know, politicians would mostly use that. The question is, what do our citizens mostly need right now? So they have workshops, they have warehouses, they have politics. You know, a bathhouse actually seems... Putting that right up here actually does seem like something they would want right now. Yeah. A bathhouse does seem like something they would want more than anything, because they have a big market, a theater as well, but I think a theater is not as important as a bathhouse. Military protection is another thing that they might want, so yeah, but let's go with this first. I'm wondering if this actually would be... You know, I'm kind of curious to repair this. So we're going to do that. So it's a market. Okay. And it's going to provide us with some belonging. Okay, so there you have your farmer's market. I actually love that. I love that. Now we have a farmer's market up here. That is actually kind of cool. That is actually kind of cool. So I'm happy about that. So little farmer's market. Oh, there we go. This is exactly what I wanted. And now that we have 4 factions, we could actually vote on a decree. There we go. So these are kind of expensive. This suspends the effects of political faction tension, so not sure if we want that, but you know, I'm thinking we're going with this one instead. And then another one we want is probably... Do we not have this unlocked yet? Ah, there it is. Eternal recruitments. So we can have more citizens coming in. Which, maybe we don't want that right now. What we need most right now is probably... What do we need? Let's see if we get that one passed. Okay, accepted. Now we have the wonders. Okay. So we could have this, or we could have that. So I'm thinking I'm going to go with the mausoleum again. Because... You know what, let's go with the other one, because we've done the mausoleum, right? So... Once I have the 50 workers, I can see what this looks like. And maybe I can go in here and see... So this might look actually nice against one of these hills that I have. And the other one that I want is the library. So we need more blueprints. More blueprints. Much more blueprints. Right, like a lot more blueprints. Improving this. Is that worth it? How much does that cost? 90 workers. You know what? Let's do it. Let's upgrade the architectural office as soon as we can. And there goes our little market. That is so cool. There's your farmer's market, and maybe there's going to be a little city kind of growing around there now, you know, because it is not unattractive to live out there. So we've got a little farmer's market up there. It looks kind of weird to have like this cobbled square out here. But, you know, it's the functionality of it is what I find fascinating. So, this wonder, actually, we have everything we need for it. We just need the workers. But we also need a lot of workers for the architectural office. So maybe we're gonna pause this, because we're making more than enough wood right now. Perhaps we can also pause the farm. And pause this. Oh, we're actually losing food, so that's not good. Okay, you're done with the stone. Okay. So we can pause you for now until we upgrade you, right? Because we could upgrade this, but instead we can start this one on the stone, which that's fine, right? So paused, everything paused. We cannot pause this. We cannot tear this down. We could improve this and then it's not exactly going to touch the city center, but soon actually we might be able to just get rid of this one. I do kind of like how it's integrated into the farm though, so unless we really need it, right? We can build some more, and we can actually build this now. So this is basically going to be like an ugly... Wow, so this is basically just an ugly thing. How is this a wonder? We could build this out here. Or out there. And then that is going to connect these areas here. So this is basically slums. Yeah. I know. This doesn't exactly seem like what I had in mind. There was a spot here where it was green for just a moment. Ah. You know what? Let's try it here. Let's save the game. And let's try it there. Yeah, why not? You know, it's why not? And so we can build stuff around it. Not sure what we would want to build around it. It's a big attraction, so we're going to get like some sort of city-esque things going on down here. You know, I think that's perfectly fine. Let's do it like this. We have more than enough wood, so can we sell that? Like 500 of it. Yes. And now we are looking to upgrade our architectural office, I think. So we need lots of workers for that. 90. Jesus. $90 workers for that. That is insane. Can we just briefly stop a couple of these things so we can get these workers? Because I don't think we need any of this stuff right now. Paused, 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 paused. One more. There we go. And now we can upgrade. Okay, we still have 30 workers left. Okay, so we can get some stuff improved here. Okay, now this is making 23 blueprints per cycle. Great, so I think we want to get this building unpaused. Actually, right now everything's fine. Okay, so we want to unpause some of our buildings again. Specifically this one. So we can get some stone. And the brick makers, yes. Tile makers, yes. Clay. We might want to upgrade you, but we don't have the workers right now, so. But let's just. Okay, yes, I want more industrial. Industrialists. And as you can see, the deforestation is definitely happening. It's definitely happening exactly how I wanted it to happen. Okay, so now we're gonna wait until we have the 18 of these until we have the blueprints for the wonders. Sand, yeah, why not get a little bit more sand? This upgrade needs 2,000 citizens and a bunch of other resources, which we don't have enough storage for that. So we're gonna have to build a couple more of them, or just get enough gold from selling stuff that we don't exactly need to buy stuff that we do need. So both of these we can make enough of in our storage, but these we're gonna have to buy up to 100. So we need to buy a bit over 100 cut stones and around 50 wooden beams in order to fill everything up to that we have enough, because our storage does not actually have enough space. Okay. So just deforesting down here, as you can see, just the forest is just disappearing slowly. Just exactly what I wanted. This building is completely surrounded now by houses, which is also exactly what I wanted. And we're saving up for blueprints, and we again have more wood than we need, so let's go ahead and sell. Actually, can we sell 1,000 units of that? No, we cannot. Can we sell 800 units of that? No. 600? No, but almost. 560. 550. 500? Okay, 520. Okay, we're gonna do 523. There we go. I like the city a lot more than the other one we built, specifically because we did not invest in a stupid rampart. I do like a rampart up in this general area, you know. It needs to be a little bit further out, but as soon as I bring it further out, these industrial buildings are going to be included, which I'm not the biggest fan of that, right? Eventually we might want to push the industrial buildings out a little bit further. Maybe actually also just put them out in this general area, because then, you know, we're gonna have these slums built, and then we can move some of these buildings. So beams, cut stones, let's start getting those done again. Not sure where my phone is. Okay, it's 5 p.m. It's getting dark outside, so I was like, oh shit, it's getting dark. But not really that big of a problem. Okay, we might have enough to unlock the wonder that we want now. The library, yes we do. So there is the Library of Alexandria, which we need 50 workers for. So again, we might pause a couple of things, right? So specifically the clay and the stone. This needs 2 workers. Okay. So this needs 10 workers once we upgrade it. Okay. So still 1 short. There we go, there's the library. And yeah, it is absolutely huge. And also, I just realized it's telling us that it can't be too close. I completely forgot that about the wonders. I completely forgot that this is basically going to ask you, oh, move this further away from your city than you want to, right? Like, we can't put this anywhere near our city, which that would make sense, right? Why would you go ahead and say, oh, I want to build a library and I'm going to build it away from the city? Why? Like, why would you build a library this far away from your city? To me, that makes no sense. Okay, so we might, instead of building the wonders, right, out here, we might see, because I want to improve the city. I want to make the city look nicer, because if this Macellum is kind of in the central position of the city, there definitely needs to be a couple more buildings around it. So that said, I still want to build this wonder. I'm just not sure where. So where would be the front? I guess this here is the front. So what we could do is we could put this building kind of here. Or somewhere up here. And then we can fill in the area toward it with buildings and stuff. And I kind of like to have it up here rather than down there. Or do I? Let's actually go ahead and demolish these real quick. We can always build them again, right? You know what? No, we don't want more politicians or political factions because we already have two. We want another trade faction instead. So maybe we actually want to go ahead and build this thing now, right? Because we actually cancelled it because we were worried about the buildings that were gonna come. Now I'm not worried about that anymore. So I'm finally able to just put this down there. Because now I'm not worried. And yeah, see, immediately people are moving in. That's great. And this looks nice. So, all these buildings are gone, so now we can see if maybe we can put the library. We can put this relatively close, actually. So, are we going to put it here? See, I kind of wanted to face a market, so that would be here. Over there makes no sense. I'm still thinking over here might make the most sense. If we wanted this to face the market here, it would have to go there. Which is not that bad. Let's save the game, because again, topology might completely fuck us over. Right, so if we want that to face our market, then it would need to go here. It kind of screws up with the road. So instead, if we want it out here, instead, right, kind of like facing the market. Then we could put it here, which is not bad. Or if we want to just completely mirror more the city center, right? And then let's use our UI to kind of make this as straight as possible. Right, so if we want this to be facing the city center, it would be more here. So it's not facing the market anymore, it's facing the city center. Like down here. And then if we turn this a little bit, it's going to face the market again. Let's place it real quick and then see. Okay, yeah, that faces the market actually relatively well. And the topology is not that bad. So I'm thinking this is not bad. Just that, of course, it's very close to all this marsh and everything. Which I'm wondering if there's a way to get rid of that. It'd be nice if there was a way to get rid of it. So yeah, we've got like a little library going now. Well, a little library, a big library. And so we can see about maybe filling up this space with a few other things. Like a theater. A theater actually seems nice. Down here. Close to the library. Or the bath. Though I'm thinking the bath is kind of better suited for up here. And instead we're putting a theater down here. Yes. We could also, of course, do more of these things. Of these wonders. But I'm honestly... As, you know, the game rewards you points. It's telling you like, oh, you did really great because you built all of these wonders. But to be honest, I don't even think that we need all the wonders. We're going to build them because I want to build all of them. But I actually think that it's a little bit unnecessary. We can sell wood again. My god, okay, let's just sell 500 wood again. Filling our coffers for these wonders that we're building is actually important. And this is actually not as important right now because we're still so far away from the maximum amount of citizens, right? This is kind of coming up. No buildings coming up here. So I'm thinking, yes, we definitely want to unlock... Oh, we have this unlocked, so the next thing we want to unlock is the theater, 1250. Okay, so can we... No, we don't have the clay, so let's go ahead and activate the clay again. Perhaps we can upgrade you. So these are being built, and we still only have 657 cycles. City is growing and it looks good. I would say the city actually looks good. It's not perfect per se, but it looks good. So we need wood and we need clay, but we should get there relatively fast. Are you level 2 already? Yes, you're level 2. And you're level 2. Okay. Food situation seems alright. We also want to build the Mysterium. So that's probably maybe something we're gonna build kind of down here next to the mountain, a little bit further out from like the center of the city. Maybe? We'll see, we'll see. Definitely not something that I want to have like smack in the middle of the city. More of an outskirts kind of thing. Let me think. Yes, I should probably start gathering stone again. So we're almost ready for this. Actually, no, we're not. We're not actually gathering any wood. Do we want to gather wood here, or should we start gathering some wood around the... around the library, because we definitely might want to fill this in a little bit. So perhaps... But see, the thing is, every time I build one of these buildings, I'm getting these weirdest squares on roads and streets and... yeah. I am going to fill all of this in, of course. But, yeah, it's... It's a bit... yeah. Maybe instead we should just put it up here like we said we were going to. Oh, not the carpentry. Cutting camp. Yes, let's just go ahead and put that out there. And I'm thinking... more industrial factions? No, we want more commercial factions. Ah, yeah, see, now this is going to start getting filled in, which I've been waiting for that. Aha, okay, we have finished building this, and it looks ugly. Good thing I built this out here. My god, this is ugly. But very attractive to live around there. Apparently. So we've just got like a little hill of... yeah. I wish you could just minimize this, because I'm not ready yet to go to the next stage. So, we soon have enough for the next wonder. Plus we have some points again that we can invest. Not sure what else there is to do with all these points. There we go. So, soon we have enough to get the next Wonder Blueprint. Actually, we already have. So the Trajan Forum is probably what I'm looking at right now. Yes, let's go ahead and get this. And we already have enough to build it. So this thing, absolutely huge. And I'm thinking... right, so hear me out. thinking to build it out here. Kind of... Okay, so this time around I'm thinking of making this flush with the city center. So again, we're going to use the UI. Try to make this as straight as possible. So that when we go and just press the down button, yeah, why not build it here? Or do we want this facing kind of that way? Or maybe even face the entrance of it kind of here. It's a bit awkward. Wonders in this game are a bit awkward because ideally I'd want to build this in here, right? Kind of probably even just straight up in there, right? Just right here. But I can't do that. So I'm gonna have to think about where I'm going to build this on the outskirts of city, and then the city kind of will grow toward it, but it's not growing fast enough, right? Like, I think we didn't do so bad in terms of city growth, but how is it even going to grow all the way out here, you know? So yeah, there's some questions about how to face this. I don't like that this kind of mimics the shape of the Senatus. So I don't think I can build it anywhere here. So because this kind of has the same shape of the Senatus, I kind of don't like putting it anywhere that's facing the same direction as the Senatus. I could put it back here, but that is probably very rocky. You know, actually, now that I'm looking at this, this is not horrible. And the land here is actually relatively flat, so yeah, you know, this is not horrible. The way that it sinks down into the land is a little horrible, but it's not bad. So I think we're gonna keep it over there. So is this actually in line? See, I don't actually know. 717. 717. Let's reload this. My god, this is stressful sometimes. Placing these buildings. So Basically, I'm trying to make sure that this is as straight as can be. So then if we move upward with a camera pan, oh, okay, so it's much closer there now. Much closer toward our fields, which I don't mind that one so much because the fields can be moved. The fields actually can be moved. But I hate it somehow. I think it might be better off up here. Okay, okay, let's load that one more time. Maybe we're gonna load this one. Wrong one, of course. Let's load the previous one. Okay. This is also ginormous, honestly, this wonder. Let's say this. Okay. So maybe instead of there, I'd prefer to kind of have it follow sort of this street here. Is this straight? Yes. So this street that is moving away from the market, maybe I want to use that one to kind of determine the placement of this. And then kind of go straight away from the market. So have this centered on the market. With the camera as straight as possible. And then move. And put it there. Oh, okay, it gets elevated now. I prefer that. Yes, yes, this is it. Yeah, this is where we're gonna put it. Okay, great. Oof. We have some more cultural points we can spend. Okay. And perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to sort of try to already put some of these squares in some areas, but you know, for example, like right in front of this. Is this in the middle? I suppose it is, yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of how the street connected to that, but do I like it? Yeah, let's leave it like that. Now, what else do I have to tackle? What else do I need to tackle? Right, I wanted to build the... And I'm almost able to do that. Oh, already people are wanting to live out there. That is hilarious to me. This thing is... This Wanderer is so weird. Because it's like... Why is it attractive for just general people to live close to the slums, right? It should be unattractive, but give you a lot of citizens, right? That is kind of what I would do with this Wanderer. Make it very unattractive, but make it a place where lots of citizens can live, so that it kind of just gives you a place for wanderers, right? So 80 wanderers. So now I don't have wanderers because they're living in here. Up to 80 of those. That's cool, right? And so that could add to the amount of workers I have and the amount of inhabitants I have, and just basically boost that I have a lot of citizens, and then I can do something with that, you know, give me just an influx of workers. But making it super attractive to live next to this at 900 attraction, it is more attractive to live next to the slums than it is to live next to the city center, and that makes no sense. I'm sorry, but to me, that makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. It makes sense that these buildings have high attraction, right? The Trajan Forum, the Library of Alexandria. That makes sense. That perfectly makes sense. And you know, I'm hoping that I can unlock the... So the next one I want to unlock is Circus Maximus, because I'd be hoping to put this out here, because that is something that, you know, would be more on the outskirts of the city. So you travel a little bit to get to the circus, right? That, to me, that makes sense. Right, and now we just need a little bit more wood, which we should probably get that relatively fast. And then we can finally build our baths. There we go. So, the question now is, where are we putting these baths? Like I said, I do like the idea that our farms are kind of separated from the general city by like this bit of forest, and the terrain here is a little bit tricky anyway, so I don't want to be placing this in here. I kind of don't want to put anything here. Maybe I'll put some sort of outskirty building kind of here, but for the most part, I'm thinking that I want to put this close to kind of like around here, right? Close to, or maybe more so in this general vicinity. Or maybe down here. What kind of building is this? This is a political building, right? So there's already lots of political factions up here. So this does make sense. Perhaps actually not too bad to slap this somewhere close to the forum. Maybe like this. kind of fitting it in here. And then the theater is going to fill up this space down here. Yeah. Okay. So, filling this space up a little bit makes sense to me. So we're gonna put this kind of in there. The question is, how close are we to unlocking this? Not very close. So we could put an area just so we have a little bit of a walking. Right, so we're gonna put that there so that when we place our thermal bath, it kind of has a little bit more space. And then this is going to provide us with health and belonging. Okay, I like this. This makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of the political buildings sort of in this area. Okay, yeah, that is nice. And now we're gonna wait for Circus Maximus. We are making 23 blueprints per turn. Yeah, everybody's just moving in down here, and I'm just completely not sure what to even do with that. What am I going to do with that? I suppose I could start moving some of my infrastructure, like the architectural office, right? I could move that down there, but the problem is I've upgraded this, which was a big investment. So I can't exactly do that, but see, the carpentry, I could actually take that down and move that out there. Which gives me just a little bit more breathing room around here. So we're going to start demolishing some of these things, like the stonemason and the carpenter. Let's gather up some sand again, because we are completely out. Okay, so there's our baths, and I think it looks grand. Yeah, it looks amazing. It fits in here really nicely. Yeah, it does fit neatly. So, and we are taking down some of these buildings. I would like to move the architectural office. Don't get me wrong, I would like to move it. I just don't think I can. Also, I would like to improve this, so we're just waiting for the... because then I might be able to remove this thing. So now these buildings are gone, and we don't really need them right this second. So we're not going to build them right this second. Instead, we want to improve this. There we go. Let's improve this. And hopefully we can then get rid of this. We actually might be getting closer to this. And we're maxed out on all of these things. So we might want to look into getting some gold. So let's start chopping down more of the forests. So, you are upgraded. This is still necessary, sadly. Even after upgrading this, it is still necessary to keep this guy. Okay, already buildings popping up around our baths. That is great. Next up is definitely going to be the... Okay, so maybe after the next wonder, right? After the Circus Maximus. After that wonder... Maybe... We're gonna need actually the... Stonemason and the... Carpenter again. So let's put them like this. And the carpentry... Okay, so this is all dense forest. Okay, so maybe we're just gonna put this out here. Oh, but that is dense forest as well. Okay, so all of this is dense forest. Dense forest. We could put it in there, but that's a problem. Okay, so we're gonna have to move you somewhere. And I think perhaps just moving you out here isn't a bad idea. So this is all dense forest. Okay, so I mean, it's not much further away from the city now, but it still kind of is a little bit further away from the city. You know, these things, they can be shifted around through the ages. So... Stonecutter is back, Carpenter is back. We've moved them a little bit away from the city. I don't think this thing is necessary out here, but whatever. We still have food surplus. So, are we going to unlock this first, or are we going to unlock the theater first? I'm kind of thinking we're going to do the theater first. Because I kind of want to make sure that I fill this in before the library comes online. So the circus being a little bit of a outskirty thing, I don't mind it being a little bit... Okay, we need much more clay and much more sand. Okay, new senators. Is there a decree for... No, just for wood and... Okay, but nothing for clay. Right. Guess we want more citizens. And I guess we kind of want to get rid of some of this forest out here, so I suppose we're going to put that there. And then pause this one instead. Maybe pause this one as well. This one too? So we can just start getting rid of some of this stuff. Okay, so we have the theater unlocked. We just need some more sand and some more. Okay, so we're just gonna have to wait for that. Maybe we're gonna improve this. Yeah. Get a bit more sand a bit faster. Ah, yes, finally. Finally. Another. Right, so now we have 2 politicals, 2 commercial. I'm trying to kind of like even it out. So with the theater and the library coming, we might actually get some intellectuals. That would be kind of nice. Okay, so 58 turns left for this. Is this already level 2? Yes, it's already level 2. We could improve you. We don't have to because we have this. Okay. We're getting closer to having the amount of people that we need. Perhaps I could try to sell a couple of things, right? Like we could try to sell a couple of bricks. I don't think we need as many as we have. But then again, we might as well actually just pause our brick making for the time being. Actually we need 204, so resume until we have 204. There we go, and then pause that. Because that burns through our clay as well, right? And then the tilery as well. Instead we want to actually use our clay. Right, and you're level 2, so it's 8 sand per turn. Okay, the Mysterium. See, I'm kind of thinking of putting that kind of like in between here. Between these 2 roads. I just feel like it kind of fits nicely in there. Could also put it up here. Not really sure where else I would put it, but I think it does fit neatly in here. But I don't think I need to rush that. I think the theater is more important right now. Okay, so that's the theater. And I'm thinking this really does fit neatly in here. So I don't want this too close to the market, but also not too far away from the market, right? So and there's the question, are we going to put an area in front of the theater? Not. I'm realizing that this street is not... See, that street is not exactly in the middle, which does bother me quite a bit. I wonder if there's like a way that you can influence that, right? If I were to take this theater and I kind of just place it here, would that then replace the street, right? So what I'm thinking of is actually make the theater face the library, right? Just so it's across from the library. And I actually really like that. And then I do think it makes sense to put a area in between that as well. Okay, it's kind of weird, but you know, we are trying with the tools we have available to us. Okay, so we want that to give us esteem and I suppose belonging. Right, so this... Yeah, this... I like this. I like this. So it's kind of just going bam, bam, bam. But I think that's nice. Alternatively, we could have, of course, put the theater somewhere more in here, but I think with the way that this road here is curving, it'll make some interesting buildings pop up in here. So I think this is not bad, right? And then now if we were to put the Mysterium, which is going to take a lot more stuff now, maybe we might actually put it in here. No, probably not. Nah, we're not. Definitely not. So there's just a couple of turns left until... Okay, so that's the theater, and see, I like this. I like this. I like this a lot. Like, sure, you can't get into the theater without going around it, but I think it's a nice vista to just see the back of the theater. And then the theater kind of facing toward the library is also kind of interesting, but again, the topology is just the worst with everything. You know, I think it should... They should really increase the radius of which the terrain is going to be flattened, take into consideration some of the other buildings around, and make everything more gradually change the terrain, because this is so drastic, right? If you look in there, it's like just they just dug it out and called it a day. If you just make this change a bit more gradual, that would honestly be much nicer. Let's see, we can invest a couple of points, so let's just try. So we have 18 available here, 28 available there. We can invest those. I wonder what would happen if I now got rid of this and then replaced it with the next one, if we are able to unlock this after this wonder is complete. So I've not seen any fires or any of that yet. Everything seems kind of nice and dandy in our city. Okay, so we get more and more people actually just wanting to live around here, which, you know, why not? Maybe this was actually bad to put here because it kind of makes it so that people don't. Yeah, let's actually get rid of that. Let's demolish this and then we're gonna move this. So this is the stonemason. We're gonna move that again. And we're close to unlocking Circus Maximus. But we might want to improve this one first. Okay, there's the library. And then we have the next decorative building, right? This one. So I'm thinking, what if we demolish this? Oh wow, that takes 600 gold. Oh shoot! Buildings are just already popping up. Left and right. Wow. Not what I expected. So let's actually go back. Or are we just going to keep it like this? Let's go back. So we are 854 now. Let's go 832. Because that 600 gold I think was not very well invested, so yeah. And let's demolish this. And then the stonemason is what we just demolished. We can put that in here, or are we just going to put him out? Out here somewhere. You know, actually, maybe we're just gonna put him here. There. Okay, now the buildings are coming up out there. So see, I've just reloaded so that I can perhaps stop the buildings from forming in front, so that perhaps I can actually build the next decorative building right in front. Okay, so that's the next radiance level unlocked. So maybe actually it'd be nice to just have... No, okay, so let's demolish you. Ah! This is why we can't have nice things. Also, what's interesting to me is that the buildings, right? These guys can just build uphill. Apparently. Instead of flattening everything. My god. So frustrating. So utterly frustrating. I'm gonna have to be super quick about this. So let's demolish this already. Okay, it's gone. I'm gonna have to be so quick about this. 3, 2, 1. Pause. Wow, okay. There we go. So I guess it also doesn't elevate or just, I don't know, it just, again, it's just weird, right? The terrain manipulation is just weird, but it is what it is. Now we have a little bit of a plaza here, which, you know, that's great. Okay, what is next on the list? There we go, that's Circus Maximus unlocked. And I guess that means we can now work on this, perhaps. So we need more cut stones and more wooden beams. Which, it might actually be more affordable for me to just build this, right? Just build another carpenter. We can always demolish it after. And then for cut stones we're gonna buy. I mean, sure, if you really want to live down there, go ahead. We have so many more things that we want to build. Okay. Okay, library done. Theater done. Means we can also start kind of cutting down a lot of this forest down here. Or should we try to... Suppose we should try to do it out here as well. Maybe we're gonna put it... Maybe we're gonna put it here so it starts clearing the forest away from the... Right, so because if we put it in the middle, it's gonna start doing a circle around the building. Whereas if we put it out here, it's going to start taking the forest away that's closest to it. So let's do it like this, and then these are all paused, paused, paused. This one isn't, okay. Okay, so Circus Maximus has been unlocked, and... Is this how big it is? Is this really how big Circus Maximus is? Like... Is this literally how big it is? I need to look this up now. Circus Maximus dimensions. About 2,000 by 600 feet. It's about 600 meters. That is rather large. Size comparison. Yeah, it was humongous. Okay, so what we're going to build is we're going to build a proximity thing here. Maybe we're gonna put this on this side so we can have some more farms out here. No, actually we're building the circus on that side, right? So we want to build the farms on this side. Right. And I think this is the time to demolish 22 22,000. How am I supposed to get this amount of gold? Right. Right, building the whole Circus Maximus only costs 500 gold. But demolishing the architectural office is going to cost 10 times as much. And take 209 workers. If I want to do it in 29, if I want to do it in it's still, if I'm wanting to do it in 30 cycles, it's going to take 180 workers to demolish and recycle this. 130 workers. This is just because this is level 3. Gee, okay, I'm gonna have to keep that over there because it's just... Right, it's just... Okay, we need more wooden beams and we need more cut stones, but we already are working on the wooden beams and I guess cut stones, you know, we might as well make another stonemason. Just where? No, we want to put a mine there, right? So this is still just dense forest. So you know what? Now that I'm thinking about this, can you start cutting down all this stupid forest out here? And I guess we're putting this back here and we're just gonna get rid of it later. Or maybe not, right? Okay, we can... You've got to be kidding me about the size of this thing. Where are we even putting this? Right, I was like thinking, oh, okay, we're gonna put this like a little bit away from the city, but actually it makes no sense to put this out there. I thought, you know, like, oh, it's gonna be a little circus. No, it's not a little circus. It's huge. So it does not make sense to have it next to the fields, right? Unless, of course, we were to get rid of all the fields and instead move them out to this side, but... I was going to build it here, but it's just huge. What if I just slap it in here, like so? Does that make any sense? I guess I could also just put it here. No, I don't like that. See, the city's kind of here. So let's say the city wants to build the largest stadium ever built. Where would they build it? They would build it here. And they would get rid of all these farms and instead move them somewhere else. My god, that is expensive. But you see, the market can stay next to the Circus Maximus. That's fine. So they would build it here. And so they would move these farms. And they would move these farms further out? Ah, see, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I'm just moving the farms further out, but keep them in this general area. Yeah, that makes total sense. It's also ridiculously expensive to remove them. So maybe we're gonna wait a little bit with that. So I might not want to demolish this up there. So we are on 868. So let's see if we can get before that. Before we decided to demolish that thing. Right, so we're gonna keep this up there. And I guess we can work on moving these farms out. You know what? No, actually, if we are going to demolish these things next to the farms, no, wait. So the problem I'm having with this is we need the food while we do all this. Maybe we can strip these all down a little bit later. But no, we need to keep farms. So we can maybe pause this farm. And then we can see we're actually making minus food, right? So we can survive a couple of turns without the farms. What we need to do is we need trade to make the money to even just take the farms down. Right, because if I can take all of these buildings down, this one is also 4,000. So I'm gonna have to take all of these buildings down, so that is... But I'm gonna have to build a farm kind of out here, right? So let's build this farm already and improve this guy so that the radius is getting a bit enhanced. And then I can probably build another one just in between there, which means I can just now take the other ones out, right? And then we can demolish this farm. And yeah, I should have not done this for each of these individually, but you can select an option when you okay, let's sell some stuff. Let's sell 207 bricks. They cannot afford 207 bricks. Can they afford 150? Yes, they just about can. Okay, and then these guys can buy the remaining ones of these, and that will give us enough to demolish this farm. Okay, let's hope that the food situation is going to be okay. Okay, so I need to plug in my headphones. Okay, so this is scary looking, of course, because we are now demolishing everything to make space for Circus Maximus. And that is indeed actually kind of scary. Because what if we all starve to death? So, we might want to put this guy out here. That way we will be able to demolish this and this. That's going to cost us more money, so we need to sell more stuff. So we need to trade with these guys, and we are specifically going to be trading these. That is too much, they cannot afford that. I know that there's a decree that we could use to make... Right, so if we were to look, right, there is a decree where the purchase of value of goods is decreased, or the sales value of goods is increased. Then we could sell more stuff, but it also costs us 200 gold. So, you know, we spent gold to save gold. Okay, now this is where the problem is going to come in. We have food problems. So what we need to do now is temporarily we need to buy food. Unlock for 500 gold. Okay, that is very expensive. And then buy 1000 food. Right, and so our farm hopefully is going to be ready by then. Okay, we found little ruins. Okay, so this all of this really scary. Okay, we're gonna have to start taking some of these down once some of these are actually... Okay, so the farm is now producing food, but not as fast as we need it to. And our trade routes are still not returned. So we have problems. To say the least, we have actual problems. Okay, so this farm is going strong. Maybe we just need to build a small farm somewhere, just... temporarily. Does it make sense to put a farm out here? I'm not exactly sure. Putting a farm out here? I don't know. We need to first demolish some of these, but we can't exactly afford that yet. And then when we demolish this... Okay, we're just gonna have a few starving citizens for a moment. One of our trade routes has returned. And we're also losing a bit of money, right? And we are building this farm up that's producing more and more food. And that is pretty darn bad. All of this is really darn bad. We can try to sell some stuff again now. So we have enough cut stones to sort of just trade for food, right? So what if we do 337? How much food is that going to be? Okay. It's 2000. Okay, so with trade we can kind of sort of mitigate some of these problems that we're having, right? So we are going through our food relatively fast, and I suppose we bought too much food. And we're gonna have to demolish the rest of these fields. And we can demolish this guy. Right, and we want to also demolish this market, which means we just need more money again. So we're gonna have to wait until another trade route is back. There we go. That's another trade route returned. This one. And we can sell stuff to them again. Specifically, we can sell a bit of this. I'm thinking the food situation should be fine, but if it isn't, we have money to throw at the problem, right? And we can now take this guy and we can build another farm over on this side. What I kind of dislike is that you can upgrade this after you've placed it, but you cannot build it further out by just immediately building level 2, right? That would be great if when you select the building, you can select that you want to build this on level 2 already, which is going to need more resources when you build it, but makes up for that by the fact that it is already level 2. That is something that I would like to see. So maybe I'm gonna say it would be great if you could select to build level 2 buildings from the build menu for the proximity buildings in particular. This seems useful because you could technically place them further away if only you could place them as level 2 instead of 1. What is the point in having a higher radius that is only available to you after you already placed it using the smaller radius? Yes, there are still some applications where you want to build as far away as possible, where you still will upgrade, but most of the time the upgrades don't seem worth it. And I guess we are going to write my... Am I going to write my email address? No, we're just going to send this as feedback to the developer directly. Okay, so this is being demolished. Now we need the money to demolish this. And our food situation is not great, but this farm is starting to produce 38 food. And we have a trade route coming in again. So there we go. That's a trade route that has returned. That's this one. And we could buy some food just to bridge us over. So 1,600 food. We can afford that. So let's buy it. I mean, honestly, our health is so good. We don't really need to be too worried about the food situation. I just don't like having my citizens starve just because we are not handling the food well. But I mean, we're still having a carnival while all this is going on, so I suppose the situation is not as dire as you'd think, right? So see, this is the thing. We could now upgrade this And then we can build the next farm a little bit further away. You know. So it makes 51 food now, and we should be down at 0 again. But I think that was the last time we are actually buying food. Because now this is starting to produce food, this is almost upgraded. So let's just boop, 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 there we go. Now we can place this farm a little bit further away because we upgraded it, right? So let's go ahead and place that farm down. And there is our next forum unlocked. Our next Wonder, the Trajan Forum, is unlocked. We can invest all these points, get us to the next level, which gives us a little bit of gold. Okay, so you're starting to create 89 food. And see, the thing is, we might actually want another farm. And I'm thinking of placing this one kind of a bit closer to the road over here. Or maybe we're gonna just place this back here. Now, you know, I think it makes sense that it would be over here. Because it's close to the marshland, right? You wouldn't want to build your farm that close to the mountains. You'd rather have it closer to the marshes. Okay, our food situation should relax in just a moment. We have blueprints, so we can't upgrade these until we are in the medieval era. We have upgraded this. Okay, so all of these, I mean, we could upgrade these, but this is also medieval. Okay, so the next things we want to get are I'm thinking the statue. No, we don't need the arena if we build the Circus Maximus, right? And I'm thinking I also want this, but we don't have the blueprints for that yet. And we need some rock. Why do we not have rock? Aha! See, finally we get some intellectuals. And some bricks. Did we pause the brick making? Yes, we did pause the brick making. We want to unpause all of these things so that we can actually start making some money off of these things by selling them, right? So, speaking of that, we want to sell things again. $1,700 gold. There we go. can build this, but I kind of want to build the Mysterium first. Okay, the food situation is just not relaxing. I think we are going to improve this while we're at it. So that they come back stronger, right? Minus 46. Minus 33. See, yeah, it's going to stabilize. Right, and once we have demolished this, we can also demolish that, which means we can actually build more farms out up there. Okay. Oh, and we're still under 1,000 cycles. So all this would have still been possible if we had played the normal pace of the game. And this improvement just has to wait a little bit. We're not rushing for that currently. Okay, what do we need? We need to wait for this. We need to wait for... Aha, we can build this finally. So do we want to build this in there, or... See, the thing is, we might actually want to put this somewhere a little bit... a little bit further out, so that... No, actually it does fit really well in here. But since it's like a sect building, I'm not sure about if I want to put it here into the political sphere. But at the same time, it kind of makes sense that the politicians would have a sect, right? And it just fills this area a bit, so yes, we're putting it there. What is the thing that we need the most? Safety. Okay. Okay, and we need gold. So can we sell? They don't want to buy anything from us. We can again send some of our wooden beams to Wasset. It would be nice if there was a button to press so that you can sell as many as they can afford, right? Still need more gold. Right, so let's just go ahead and sell some... I could probably recycle these things rather than just trashing them completely. But see, if you were to recycle things, I think it makes it more expensive. See, recycling, yeah, it makes it vastly more expensive. So that's another proximity building gone. And yeah, this looks really great in here. And now we're getting some houses around it. That is amazing. Just what I wanted. Still not sure what to do with you guys down here. I'm gonna find a solution for this though. Right now you're just living there. You know, just in the suburbs slash slums. Okay, so my farms are out here again. We've got our little proximity buildings here. And see, that's the thing. If I had the option of placing these on level 2, I probably could have gone much further with my farms. So we are having a surplus in food again. One farm, 3 farms. So now we can place the Circus Maximus. We just need gold and this and that and so on and so forth. So we need to wait. In the meantime, we can unlock this. You cost things that we don't need for the Circus Maximus, so that's fine. We can place this, we can build this in the meantime while we wait. Or do we start with this? No, this takes stuff that we need for the circus. So this, right. So a military base. And I'm kind of thinking maybe it would make sense to put this out here. Or just in the middle, but you know, it can't go in there because I would like to put it here. But what I like about this whole situation, right, is that maybe we wanna see, we can put another surveyor cabin up. The thing is, I'm not sure about Circus Maximus, where we are going to place it. If maybe we want to move the farms. I do like the idea of putting this fort just right here on the road, to be honest. Kind of like a checkpoint, right? That you kind of need to pass through if you want to get into the city. Or we're gonna demolish this and place it there. And then it's just going to be like in a military encampment. So I'm actually not sure about this thing. I think it upgrades into something that is called a citadel or a specialized armory. And I think a citadel kind of makes it like a little castle. And this comes with fortifications, so I kind of want this to not be part of like the main city, right? So Circus Maximus is going here. Maybe it makes sense to have this kind of out here or there. But since we already have people living here, I think it makes sense to kind of put that here, right? Like as a fort, kind of adjacent to this area. For that though, we're gonna have to get rid of a little bit more, because this still counts as dense forest. I'm wondering if there's like a way you can actually just remove this by just placing buildings that can be placed in dense forest, right? Because the cutting camp, I can place it here. And then I can put another one right there. Right, and that kind of got rid of the forest. So we need gold. So if we were to sell some more wooden beams, then we have enough for the Circus Maximus, and it is absolutely massive. And then, how close can we build this? So we could place this right here. Or right there. The problem with this is... Right, so the problem with placing this is that... How about we place it in front of this road here, right? So we have like this little dip in the road here that just kind of... Boom. And you know what? This actually really doesn't look bad in terms of... Yeah. It completely demolishes the trade route here, right? Because, you know, people come in and then it's just like going around a curved place here. So personally, I would not be happy with the road network being completely demolished for this, but, you know, it shall be fine. And yeah, I do like how this is just, you know, now having this kind of square district here that possibly we can get some buildings into. Carnival still going on, still going strong. We are still chopping down lots of things. So let's demolish these things. It's not even that expensive to demolish them, right? And then we're gonna try to build our future citadel out there to protect the road going into more political factions. We already have two. What we need is religious factions, right? Because we have two politicals, two commercials, actually 3 industrials. Okay, so now we should be able to build this out here. Yep. Great. Okay, so we are going to slap this bad boy down here, a bit out. Kind of, I would say here. And then we're gonna have this... Oh, and it's gonna be on a nice little plateau. Okay, okay, I like it. I like it. I like this. So this is now just going to be kind of a military checkpoint, right? So that is interesting. So we've cleared a little bit of land here just for that. We were going to clear this for like some other things, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, you know what, actually it just makes sense to just have a little castle out there. Why not? Okay, so next up. Next up. We have so much to do. We have so much to do. We are still getting wood from these sources, but they are almost depleted. Which is great because that is clearing up a little bit of everything around there. And I'm thinking maybe it would be nice having a cutting camp down here. Clearing some more of this land around the library. Not sure what we can do with the marsh, but whatever. And it looks like we will be able to finish all but one wonder, which I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Not sure if we'd want to repair this. We could at some point, right? We could. So now we just want to grow this city. So we're going to go into our decrees. And we're going to do external recruitment for actually 40 turns. And hope that it passes. Okay, so now we have 40 turns of increased migration. And the next thing we're now going to work on is actually doing this upgrade here. And the city is going strong. We have food surplus, which is great. We have another wonder being built currently. Kind of puts me in awe to think about just how much time and effort would have gone into actually building a wonder like this, right? We've got more buildings coming in, which is great. And we might want to chop a little bit of forest around here as well. And I suppose wood is the one thing we have too much of. So we can build more carpenters to make up for that. And then as we have more carpenters, right? As we then have more carpenters, we can produce more wooden beams and sell more wooden beams. That's the logic, at least. Right, so should we start to clear some of this forest around the Trajan Forum? We obviously want to build the city further out. Much further out. Right? Because right now, it's still kind of... The city just kind of doesn't feel like it can support the big buildings that it actually has. I want to make it so that the city actually sprawls all around these buildings, right? And so we need to create more attractive zones to actually make this happen. So what we do need is maybe we need a few more cultural buildings just scattered in and around here. So specifically, I'm looking at this, which we almost have the clay for. And I suppose we could improve this. This uses some of the wood that we just have endless supply of, apparently. And we should now be able to build this. Okay, so this thing can actually upgrade into something else. So I like the idea of having this in here, but it doesn't exactly fit. So instead, see, I kind of don't want to grow the city too much further toward the industrial area. So perhaps I'm just going to place this in here somewhere, but it should still stay close to the industrial zone over here. So perhaps just putting it see, but it does make the most amount of sense to place it out here. It does have pretty decent attraction, and so does... that honestly doesn't have as much attraction as I thought it would. Perhaps we could place it over here instead. Nah, it makes the most sense to place this here. Out here in this industrial area. So we are going to place it here. See what that does. Creativity for sure. And then perhaps, see, here's the thing. Statue of Zeus? Question mark? No. What I want to build instead is things that can upgrade into high version. So a scholar, for example, looks attractive. Yeah, this looks attractive, and then I suppose this also looks pretty attractive. And we might eventually be able to build a harbor out here. That would be interesting. Okay, so we have unlocked a few things, like the scholar, for example, and we can already build that. Are we saving up for anything else right now? Oh yeah, we're saving up for this, right? So bricks and okay, so the scholar uses materials that are not used in any of this. So you kind of need to go close to the library, I think. So I'm kind of looking at this little pocket over here. Or maybe just cram it in here. So this is eventually going to become a liberal arts thing. So yeah, I'm thinking somewhere over here. Maybe just filling the gap here. Like so. I kind of want to cover up this stupid street there, because I'm pretty sure that the okay, so I guess this is for front, because I'm pretty sure that the districts form around the streets. But you know, why don't we just put it like so? And just see what happens, right? I think this is a relatively decent placement. Still, they haven't filled up this little spot that I was hoping that we were gonna fill in. And we still haven't surrounded the market completely. I'm looking at you guys. Okay. How close are we? So we are making bricks, we are making everything. We will need to buy some cut stones once we are ready for that. You know what? Yes. Another section? Sure. So now I'm looking toward building this. Which means we need some clay. We will also have lots of clay available to us in all these marshes, and specifically up here, there's lots of clay. Okay, wait. So like specifically behind the farms, right? There's lots of clay, sand, not so much, rocks, eh. Right, so specifically behind these farms, there's a big clay deposit over here that we might actually want to take advantage of. And then we have clay and gold kind of in this area, so up here is still a pretty nice area for us to actually do a little bit of industry in. I want to repair this and see what it gives me. And a Galma workshop. Yeah, see, I don't like this, but what I do like is that come the next era, this is just going to be looking like a ransacked, abandoned building. Okay, we want to start selling a few of these wooden beams, because we're not producing any more of them. So let's just sell 120 of these. Actually, let's sell as many as they can afford. So 130, perfect. Because we have enough wood, just gotta keep making more. $70 turns until this is done. We're just waiting for the bricks and the tiles to come in slowly. are about ready. Just need to wait for the tiles. And looks like we finally hit Caput Mundi. So we are completely done with all that. And we are still under 1250. But we are still able to just keep growing the city until I'm happy with the scale of it before we get to the next stage. Which reminds me, we want to grow the city, so... Oh, I cannot run this decree that soon again after. Okay. We have lots of workers, but nothing we really want to do with them. I do want to build this though. So where are we building this? So this is going to attract some people to live there. So I'm thinking this might actually be something nice to put. Okay, so this thing is pretty much obsolete at this point, so we're going to demolish this. So this thing has an attraction of 400. That's not bad at all. That is better than our city center. So this technically could fit in there, but I don't want to fit it in there. Could also fit in here. Or fit in there. All of those are places where I don't exactly want to fit it though. Could fit it next to the forum. Don't really want to fit it next to the forum. Don't really want to fit it anywhere here. Do I want to demolish this? It's too expensive to demolish, so we're just gonna keep it, and then come next era it's just going to be like a abandoned old looking building. Right, let's do this actually. So we need... Let's just buy 54 cut stones. Which means we can now improve this. Yes, sure. Some buildings popped out of the ground over here, which is nice. Very attractive to live over there. So, this is upgrading, and we still haven't found a place to put this. What exactly is this? This is a political building, and it's used to hold public trials. So I suppose it actually makes sense to put this down here. Does this make sense, or am I stupid? I think it makes sense. I might be completely stupid. Oh, but I completely fucked over the road. You know, the roads in this game. The roads in this game are kind of stupid anyway. Yeah, it kind of works. Gives like a little public place for law and order. Oh, we are done with the circus. Right, okay. We are done with the circus. Now, what? Perhaps we want to unlock this. And perhaps we want to build an arena close to the circus. Like, right, just a smaller circus. And maybe we want to build like a little market. Okay. So, now we want to just work on this city in general. So, an arena, small one, might make sense to have in here, next to the big arena, kind of where smaller shows are happening. But you know, if we were to demolish this, we could actually get rid of that because the circus is kind of making the bridge here. So, the arena is an interesting thing. We just need more clay, right? So I'm thinking actually about opening another small quarry down here where all this clay is. Yeah, there's a lot of clay there. Okay, so we're getting more clay. And the other thing we wanted to build was the market, right? So we need some sand for that, which we are still producing out here. We've almost completely used up the sand, but you know, we still have 16,000 clay left here. My god, there's still a lot of sand to grab out here. Anyhow, my shoulder is just so sore right now. I should probably sit. Oh, I just realized that there's been some comments. Yes, this game is on Steam. It's early access though, so take that with a grain of salt. I'm gonna have to go and grab something to drink real quick though, so just one moment. I never know how fast I was to actually respond to some of these comments, because sometimes I miss when they come in, but other times I'm actually seeing them right on time. I think I've been streaming for like a couple of hours now without a single comment, so kind of nice to see some comments. Kind of nice. Okay. I'm back and we're just going to gather some resources to build these things now. And I think we're going to start with the castrum. Though the market is also interesting. So the market kind of makes sense down here, but you also kind of would normally think a market might make place close to the arena. Because, well, what are people doing when they go see some sport matches? They're going to buy merch. So I think it makes sense to have a market kind of up here in this region. The only question is where, right? All of this is really awkward. I'm wanting to start chopping down a bit more of this forest up here again. And I'm thinking about even just cutting a bit more of this forest over here as well. Right. Let's just get rid of all the forest. Right, so let's just get rid of the forest wherever we can. The industrial area over here is a bit of a mess, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. These guys still hate each other, which is also fine, right? Just hate each other. Okay. So we wanted to build this market. Part of me wants to place it next to the statue. Because I think that would be a natural place where a market would be. Oh, I don't really care about when the chat was sent, right? But I just need to look over to see that I'm actually getting the chat. It would be nice to know, oh, how long ago was this, but in the end, if a person's not there anymore, they are not there anymore. Anyway, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I'm having a blast right now with this game. I'm having so much fun. I think it was absolutely the right choice to start making a new city, because this city, I love it. No, wrote was right. They should say the time we wrote in the chat, because past tense, right? It's in the past. Okay, the market down there, that's cool. Now, the next thing I want is the castrum. So we're just waiting for the clay. Come on, come on, come on. And I think I also want to sell more of these again. They can actually afford a few more now, so let's go. Having a salad, that sounds great. I should make some food as well. But I'm actually not even that hungry, you know? I'm never really that hungry in the evening because I'm usually having big lunches, right? Some of these buildings look funny. Another political faction. Your English is pissed at you? Well, it happens. My English has been all over the place as well. But you need, you know, just look at it from a growth perspective, right? Every time you speak English and you get corrected is actually an opportunity to learn and to grow. Ah, yeah, you need to eat bigger lunches and breakfasts and you won't be as hungry. Okay, so soon we should be able to move a lot of this stuff out a little bit further, which would be nice to be able to just move some of these buildings out. So let's keep going. Get the resources. So what kind of salad are you having? Well, well. Salad, leaves and cherry tomatoes. That's fine. Some oil, I suppose, maybe. Olive oil, perhaps. Some cherry tomatoes sound good right now, honestly. Kinda envious. I would like to have some cherry tomatoes as well. Oh, but some feta cheese and cucumber sounds even better. Kinda sad you don't have any feta. Lots of pepper. Yeah, lots of pepper is also good with that. Salt, pepper. Sounds great. Where's mine? And, you know, while we're talking about salad... Yeah, but that's the thing though, I'm actually not hungry, so I just be eating to eat, so... I think if you're not hungry, like there's a Chinese proverb actually, if you're not hungry, don't eat, right? So if I were hungry, I would eat, but I'm not. I had a big lunch not too long ago, actually. Yeah, it's only 7 p.m. and I had lunch at like 3, so yeah. Rather than talk about food, we should talk about where I'm going to place this building. So this is kind of a military building. So I want to put it more on the outskirts of the city, but I'm not sure if this is far enough or if I should try to build it all the way up here, right? Like all the way here. And I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do. So we're gonna have to place one of these things again. And I wish I was able to see, that's the thing. I cannot put this where I want to put it. I can put it here though. Yeah, this is going to have to do. And then I can probably put this military building up out here. Right, so then I should be able to put this here. Again, what is with all these military buildings actually attracting citizens to want to live next to them? Oh, tiramisu? Right, but tiramisu is definitely not an evening food. I get it though, I would love some as well. But that's really something you should have more for lunch, right? just as a dessert after lunch. I always do that, right? I have breakfast and then a dessert, and then lunch and then a dessert, which that's a lot healthier than just eating a dessert just by itself, right? Anyway, we are going to place this all the way out here. Make a little military camp out of this. Or are we? See, I never know where to put buildings because I don't know what these buildings are going to look like when I upgrade them, right? I certainly don't want to put it in the political corner. We do have a military camp-ish down here, but I'm not sure if I want to put another military building down here, right? Could put it here. You know, actually that makes more sense. I'm still going to keep this thing up here for now. I can always get rid of it later. But you know, now that I'm thinking about it, since this is probably going to grow into like something like a castle, I think putting it out here between these roads, kind of like this, is going to be pretty fucking cool. Yeah, let's just do it. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna be happy with that in the long run. So we need to grow the city. So I think this we can definitely demolish now. And we're getting rid of some more of all this forest out here. It's just sad that the swamp is so close. So I'm not sure we can do a lot around the library. Maybe there's gonna be some technology that lets us actually clear the swamp. That would be cool. Here's countless of cities that were built on top of swamp. Okay. And we still haven't figured out how we are going to make people actually kind of live around the Circus Maximus. Oh boy. So much to do. Which is why I'm happy that we are in endless mode, because we are now over the limit that the normal game would let us play the antique era. Right, let's look how awful it's going to be if we want to build a wall around this. Oof, yeah. Absolutely disgusting. I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't like it. So this area I like. But then this is kind of awkward, but not bad, right? If we could move the architectural office and so on, it actually wouldn't be too bad. But then down here is where it's kind of problematic. And also this. But if we make this any larger, it just becomes worse and worse and worse. And yeah, this is ridiculous. Right, like why would you need to actually surround the mountains with a wall? I mean, I don't hate it that much, if we're being honest. And then over here as well, right? So I just kind of hate it up. Oh. Oh, oh. can we make it so that the Circus Maximus is not... Okay. Okay. But then down there is a problem. Okay, so we need to still grow the city a bit so that the wall is less disgusting. For lack of a better word, it's disgusting, right? And I want to move a lot of these things slowly. So that is so expensive. That is so disgustingly expensive. Right, let's just keep selling stuff because we can. And because we need gold. Ah. Yeah, this area is a bit of an eyesore, so I want to clean this up a little bit, and I think it starts with this. Demolish that. Okay, our military area here is done, which that's cool. Okay, and then we kind of probably want to move a lot of this stuff. So, specifically, I mean, it's not so much that I want to move it, it's kind of that I want to clean it up a little bit, so... Let's go ahead and demolish all of this. It's kind of a bit of a waste of resources, but you know, you do what you have to do. Oh, more people dislike one another. Uh-oh. Oh wow, these... I really don't have a lot of trust with this faction. So you know, we're just going to actually just kick them out. Bye-bye. You don't want to be peaceful? Goodbye. Okay, so we're cleaning this area up now. Look at how clean it is. Just a lot of shit where things used to be. Okay, so now we can kind of make this look a little bit better. Okay, so we want 2 carpenters. And where do we want them? I suppose... I never know if I should try to make things at least a little bit square or not. I mean, this is just ugly. And the question is, are we going to build on top of this? Or are we just putting something else in there, right? Like, we could, for example, just put an arena here. But I'm still thinking I'd rather put the small arena just in here, right? Yeah, I'm going to put a small arena next to the big arena because, well, it makes sense if you ask me, right? Because some people might not be able to afford the expensive seats in the big expensive arena, and then there's the small arena where you can watch kind of like the B League. So the so the lesser known gladiators would fight in here, right? And I think that makes sense, right? And so there's only games on the weekends in the big arena, but the small arena has fights every day. And you know, it's much cheaper and the general population can just go and enjoy it. Whereas this, probably the games are much more for the higher ranking you know, population. So I personally think it makes a lot of sense. And we have our little market. And we have our little castle with some buildings coming out around it now. That is great, amazing. And this is still ugly as all hell. Maybe we should put a farm here. What do you think? Should we put a farm here? No. No, because we are trying to make all of this actually be buildings, right? We want there to be buildings. Let's look at the attraction. So we still have a bit of attraction here and there to live in some of these areas, right? Like all of these areas are pretty attractive still. So what we'd want to do to make this more attractive is to actually put things there for people to do. Is there anything we haven't unlocked yet? Oh yeah, all of these things, and then the Agogi Center, right? And all of these things. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. So what exactly would we be putting here? Maybe we'll just put another ceramics workshop, because the ceramics workshop actually upgrades into 2 different things, right? No, it only upgrades into that. But this can upgrade into 2 different things. So perhaps we should place another one of these. And it has a decent amount of attraction. So perhaps, yeah, let's go ahead and build another one of these. We're just missing the clay. How are we missing clay? All of the time. Okay. So we can build another one of these. And I guess we're going to build it up here. Just right in the middle of that. And then... So stone cutter is down there. And we're full on stone anyway. But we do need a carpenter, so let's go ahead and place this somewhere. Somewhere. I guess right here is fine. Right there is fine. Is this already level 2? Yes, it is. You know, that's the thing. This is almost obsolete, but not entirely. Because this does not actually touch the city center. That is so sad. We are so close to just being able to remove some of these buildings. Anyway, we have attractive areas here to live. So I'm hoping that somehow they're going to make something of this. And, you know, we could also always just put some walkable paths in here. In front of the architecture office. Yeah, why not? Let's just do it because we can. Another faction, yes. We're going to accept all of the factions now because they give us gold, right? Like taxes, 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 taxes from all of them. And we can actually also increase some of the taxes. But I don't actually feel like doing that. Why would we increase the taxes, right? Okay, so little arena, big arena. Now we just need to find more things to place around there. We have our little market over here. We just need more and more people. But see, we have 200 citizens that don't know, 200 wanderers that don't know where they want to actually go and live. Yeah, and it's just getting worse and worse. Even though there should be plenty of attractive areas that they could go and live, they seem to not actually want to live anywhere. Which I find a little bit annoying. Like, I'm trying to make my city attractive, but somehow it's not exactly working. Let's see. We want to get rid of more of all this forest out here. And perhaps over here. Oh wow, these streets are awful. Whatever, we're just gonna roll with it. we're just gonna roll with it. And yeah, we're gonna have to find a way to actually sell all this wood. Well, it's not like we have to, right? Like, we don't have to, but we can, right? So we can sell these again. Trade, accept, boom. Okay, finally we're getting some buildings in here. Wow, okay. Took long enough. The shadows look kinda bad. But I think I should have that on high. Yep, everything should be on high. Okay. So a city is growing over here, which is great. I suppose we need to find jobs for people. This is still ridiculous how expensive this is. What could we have a second thing of? What would make sense? I'm actually unsure how I can grow the city more, because I want to grow the city a bit more. I'm just really not sure how I can do it, right? So I think first of all we are going to demolish this guy, because we have this guy down here chopping down the forest, and I don't mind this tree line out there. It's fine. So, how else can we make people actually move in? I kind of want to have a few more buildings around here, but also this area here. I really don't like how this is not having anything. So I'm wondering if maybe if I just put an area in there, right? If that is going to fix that. Like if I were to just put one right there or something, would that kind of fix it? Or if maybe I put a small thing like this next to it. The thing is, I could actually place some buildings and then just remove them again, right? So this is a pretty small building with an attraction of 300. I could build this just to attract some merchants to actually come and live there, right? And then I can just demolish it again afterwards. Because this is not exactly the kind of building that I'd want to keep. Question is just, how do I want the road to be? Because I really want there to be more people living in these areas. So let's see what happens if we put that in there. So let's save the game. Let's see what happens if we place this little building in there. See if it generates some people coming to move in there. I guess it doesn't really matter. So let's see if this actually works, if we can make some people wanna come and move in like this. I'm surprised the arena has not attracted anyone. Plus, of course, the Wonder is not seemingly attracting anyone. Okay, so this area should be very attractive to live in now. Not sure why no one wants to move there. And this specifically said citizens who can't find attractive districts to settle in automatically become wanderers. So perhaps it's time for our decree again. Ah, yes, we can. So maybe we can have more people move in. Alright, and it looks like we're getting more and more people actually coming to move in. some of these areas, in some of them at least. Okay, yes, sure. So more factions should be great for us. And selling more things again. And I suppose we can sell 100 cut stones as well. Save up a bit of money. Okay. Let me look at the wall again, because the wall is actually something that if we can manage to make a decent wall, the wall actually has an attraction. So it would help to actually attract more people to live within the wall. Okay, so this is not bad. This is actually really not bad. It means that the Circus Maximus is going to be outside of the walls, but I don't dislike this, right? I don't actually dislike this. And everything else seems fine. Right, our military camp is in there, there's space around the library. So I'm actually thinking we're going to go with this wall. Any bigger is not an option, because then it's going to eat up more these things, which we don't want that. Let's see how it looks if we make it the biggest. It can be. Ooh, that is way too much. Oh shit. The game froze for a second. Huh. Although, this is not too bad either, because then the circus would actually still be inside. Okay. Is this too big? I think this is too big. Let's make this a bit smaller. Okay. The game is lagging a bit when I do this because, well, obviously it takes a long amount of time to actually decide how big the wall is going to be. I'm not the biggest fan of the wall expanding all the way over there. But is this fine? It would take the circus in. But also this stupid camp. But there would be barely any space around the circus, which... if we make this any larger... Ah. Now that's too large, so let's make it a bit small. A bit larger. And then we need to wait for it to actually update. Okay, that's too much. I guess this is the best it's going to be. And then I'm just going to have to get rid of this camp, right? This here, this thing just needs to go. Right, if we click this again, then it's going to be straight line. Do I like it? I think so, yeah. So most of the important buildings are surrounded by this wall. Yeah, we are actually going to build this. Boom. And then that might positively influence people wanting to live around here. We're going to demolish this as well. So now we're just going to go and skip ahead until this is built. And so the goal is basically to fill this entire area up. Oh, we are getting some buildings. Great. What resources depleted? Oh, you are done with clay. Okay. So now you can start on sand. So we don't really have a lot of clay out here anymore. It's completely depleted, which is good that we started getting some clay up here. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the wall is built. Great. So it's just a stupid wooden wall, which, you know, I don't think it's that great, but as you can see, it makes a lot of areas just more attractive for people to actually go and settle in. So I'm hoping that, you know, all of these areas seem much more attractive now, that they're going to slowly be filled in now. We can probably go ahead and sell stuff again. So we have lots of bricks, for example. So we can sell some of those, and we can sell a couple of cut stones as well. And now we just need to wait for people to come move in. Really, that's all there is. You are out of sand. Okay, so now we're going to swap you over to stone. Yes, accept them all. I think there's still some buildings that I can do, right? So in particular... Oh, actually the Emporium would be nice, but, you know... I suppose we're going to build these things. Right. So, some religious buildings, perhaps up here. So what else have we? We have this one. And then there is the necropolis, which is basically a graveyard. So yeah, I like putting it out here. So we're gonna remove this camp. And then we also have the temple, right? So I think the temple makes sense. Kind of. I think it kind of makes sense to put that somewhere up here. Right, so people can go and pray before the big match. So I'm just going to put that over there like that. It's a bit awkward, but once this is all filled in with citizens and their houses, it should in theory look a bit better. And I'm just going to demolish this now because I would like to get rid of this. Still funny that this road has not gotten any bigger. Okay, so we can now build our necropolis out here. That's basically a graveyard. Right, little temple out here. That thing just looks so cool. It's just so cool. And as you can see, we are getting some citizens actually moving in here because the necropolis does have some attraction close to it. I'm surprised there's not more attraction around the circus because it's supposed to have 900, right? So I really don't understand why there's no attraction or why the attraction isn't working specifically. Right, demolish this, demolish that. And demolish this. And demolish that. And demolish this. Are we still harvesting wood somewhere? No, I think once we've demolished all of these, we are not harvesting any wood anymore. Which is okay, you know, I don't want to actually chop down all the wood. I actually kind of like that there's some wood around here. I would just like some more buildings to appear, right? Okay, so how much longer are we going to just wait for buildings to come and appear? We should probably put something in this space again. And I'm thinking about specifically quarries or something, because we still have stones on this side of the mountain. Probably better to put the quarry in between though, right? There's still so much space left to be filled. Let's build some areas actually. So, thinking right here. So the reason I'm building areas is because they have just a slight amount of attraction. So that hopefully it's going to make some more citizens just want to actually live there, right? Ah, my god. It's much more difficult to build the city you want to build if you don't actually have any control over it, right? I don't actually have any control over where these buildings are going to appear, so it is a bit awkward, to say the least. Okay, so what's now? I'm thinking we might want to cut some trees somewhere, but you know, not in this area anymore. I think. But perhaps somewhere out there, or you know, actually this wasn't a bad place for it. If we improve this, that would be nice. See, we've got lots of forest out here that we could potentially make use of. We might need to actually build another farm, I just realized. Or upgrade one of these farms, right? So you're level 2. You're level 2, you're level... We need another farm. And I kind of like the idea of having another farm area out here. But also kind of like the idea of just having another farm here. Yes, let's put this farm here. and then immediately upgrade it. There we go. And a military faction, that is great. You are very welcome in our lovely city. I mean, is it a lovely city? I'm actually not sure. It's kind of weird. Kind of a weird city that has like just, you know, a weird amount of really massive buildings for no reason, you know? Kind of for no reason. Okay, so I'm thinking about building another thing. Specifically this religious building. We still haven't built that yet. And I think it makes sense to build that over here, right? Close to the necropolis. But I don't want to build it actually so close to the wall. So perhaps I'm instead going to build it over here. Right, and then yeah, just slapping it in there, just to fill the space a little bit, right? So right, we are running out of food, but we are building a farm, or we have built a farm, and it just needs to start actually using its fields. I'm hoping the fields don't go inside the wall. That would be awkward. Touching it like this, I'm fine with, but going inside, I will immediately demolish it. Okay, this is good though. This is nice. This is neat. Yeah, lots of farmland just outside the city. No! I am going to have to demolish you. Not allowed to build a farm there, a field there. Stripe. Ah, it's just going to build the same field. Aha, we get more urban planning going here. So it's just going to build the same field, which is so annoying. Let's demolish this again and try one more time. Nope, it's just okay, it's just going to build the field there no matter what I do. So we're just going to demolish it and leave this farm at only having 11 fields, which is fine. It is producing more food than we need, so we are fine. Okay, we're still not getting any citizens kind of wanting to move anywhere here. What can we do? Another bath? Another theater maybe? Maybe another market. Right, like just here. So basically a farmer's market. So let's try this. Let's see what happens if we put another market out there. If that kind of makes a difference, because we are really hoping to fill this area with citizens and buildings. But it's just not happening, right? It's just not happening. They're kind of coming up over here though, which is nice, so this fills this in a bit more. Ah! It worked! That's great. Oh, that's great. Huzzah! Yes. Yes and yes. So we're just gonna hold our resources for now because we don't really need to spend them, right? Like, we're just basically waiting at this point. More people hating one another. Okay, can we get more people coming in? Okay, that's great. So I'm just going to step away a little bit and just going to let that play. My God. What's this? Oh, actually that's just what we need. We need more political citizens. Alright, so it looks like some people are moving into the area where we just built the new market. Great. And more factions are hating one another. Oh my God. Are we just going to let this happen? So we have a couple ones that just really don't like one another. I just really don't know if there's any way I can do about that, right? Maybe I will unlock that. So, not sure if there's anything I can do. And yeah, looks like people are kind of coming in here, filling this area a little bit. That's cool. This is still looking very empty down here. Not sure what I can really do about it. Yeah, maybe I can just throw around some more of these things. Hoping that it's going to make people wanna come move in. Boom. Doesn't seem like it's really working, but you know, I'm always just trying to make the city more attractive. Oh, finally, that's our first one. Our first religious faction. Okay. There's a couple of awkward places here and there. Like this, it's just really awkward. So I was just hoping that it was going to be filled in with buildings, but it doesn't seem like it is. So we might need to actually help out a little bit. Specifically, what would be nice down here probably be probably just another ceramics workshop, right? Let's demolish this. And then hopefully kind of fix some of the issues with stupid roads out here by just placing another ceramics workshop out here. Okay, so we have some highly attractive areas to live out here. Just waiting for people to actually come in and live out here. But there's still some places where they haven't filled in, despite them being highly attractive, so I'm actually not sure what to do. Oh, but it looks like we're getting more factions. Let's actually look at this a bit. So it's interesting. Okay, so we have lots of industrial here, and then of course academics kind of down here. Which, that reminds me, I actually have not built the other academic building. This one. It's just, I didn't build it because it cannot really be upgraded, so it seemed a little bit pointless to get it. But I think we're just going to slap it in here, right? Somewhere. Maybe we should put it somewhere up here, right? Because we are trying desperately. So this is a school, right? So we're trying desperately to get people to live up here. So if we build a school, Perhaps that's going to make things a bit better, right? Alright, let's do a steam. Okay, so we're just building a school here just because we can, and then, you know, because I don't want to clutter things around here because it's already quite attractive down here, so I don't think I need to do anything other than wait, right? So everywhere here is kind of low, medium, high. We don't really have any neutral zones anywhere. So I think we just need to wait, right? As for this, I kind of don't know. It's not attracting as much people as I thought it would, but it's okay, I suppose. I'm going to demolish it anyway. Yeah, this whole market square not being surrounded is bothering me quite a bit. I want there to be buildings all around it. And it's just not happening. Oh, we have food problems. Aye, okay, we need more farms. I think we can wait for this farm. We should be able to. Just wait for this to come online. And can we actually upgrade farms to level 3? No, we would need to wait until the medieval era. Okay, so the fields are coming in. We are at minus 21 food. Okay, so we might actually want to build another farm right away. And so we might actually want to put that out here. And then also upgrade this. And then fill in this space a little bit with some farms as well. Right, so we're just going to put a little farm right next to there. 12 fields. Here we go. We should be fine again now for a while. Yeah, the bigger your city becomes, the more food you're also obviously going to need, so... We're still not seeing a lot of people just living in this general area, but at least this has been filled in really neatly. So this looks perfect. This is exactly how I envisioned this. This is exactly how I wanted this. With that little market and this little arena, it's absolutely gorgeous. Just over here is just still completely unattractive to people, apparently. We're lacking a bit of safety, so we need to produce some safety. And I'm actually thinking of building another statue because it can be upgraded into 2 different buildings, as far as I'm aware. Yes, either into a citadel or a specialized armory. So, we want to build another one of these. And the question is, where are we going to build this? Right? To me, it makes sense to build it up here. So, if this is going to be the specialized armory, right, it should definitely be within the city walls. And it might also make sense to put it near the industrial area, because this whole area will be the industrial area. So, I'm thinking it definitely should be out here. And since we already have a little road here connecting to it, why don't we just go ahead and just put it right there. Maybe turn it a bit. I'm thinking just there's fine. And it's going to provide a little bit more safety, which is exactly what we need. And it just made all this more attractive to actually live. Not that I'm really seeing many people wanting to live down there, but, you know, small steps, small steps. Right now it just seems like a waiting game, right? Right now we're just waiting for citizens to realize that this is a really nice town to come live in. So let's do some external recruitment again. Food is looking okay, but we might want to actually start to think a little bit about that as well. Oh, where did this come from? How did I unlock that? That is a new thing. Where'd that come from? So that's just a random one. Okay, so this can be upgraded as well. So that's cool. So we're definitely going to build this. So we'd want to build this close to where military is. Or just somewhere, right? Like, you ideally don't want to build all your military buildings in a city right next to one another. Because imagine if a fire breaks out, right? Then what? That's actually bad. If a fire breaks out and, you know, all your military buildings are in the same place, that is bad. At the same time, if people want to come and attack your military buildings, that is also bad. Because, you know, imagine they want to target you militaristically, or, you know, they want to target you and they want to take out your military. The only thing that they need to do is go to one district and just demolish it. So, yes, of course, it'd be nice if everything is in the same place, but specifically stuff like, you know, weapon centers where weapons are stored and where weapons are produced are often not right next to one another. Because otherwise you could just destroy both of them at the same time, right? If they destroy either one of these targets, that's bad, but it's better than them destroying both. So, with that said, I'm thinking about placing this somewhere just on the outskirts, right? Just somewhere on the outskirts. We have a lot of space up here though, so I'm thinking actually of utilizing the space up here a bit, right? So we have lots of space out here. It's just a bit awkward, right? So maybe put it like so, next to the forum. Is that awkward or good? There's also this space over here, which we've chopped down a little bit of the forest here. But apparently not enough. But if we place it like this, it's fine. And it's using an existing road, which I also like. So we're going to put it there. It's nice and far away from everything else. Yeah, why not? Looks like more buildings or more citizens are coming in. You have to act quickly if you don't want to barricade itself and get out of control. Okay, so these people are bad, so we're going to expel them. Who else? I suppose these merchants are also problematic, so we're going to expel them as well. Who else do we have that is causing problems? Right, so the hoplites have a problem with our faction here, and you know, I'm thinking we have a few too many military factions, so we are going to get rid of this military faction, and that's okay, right? It's okay. At least I'm thinking that's okay. Might not be, but I'm thinking it's okay. Specifically because we have new ones coming in all the time. And let's go ahead and build another farm, or rather I want to upgrade this farm, but we are not currently generating any wood, so first thing we're gonna have to do is generate wood in order to even right, so let's start chopping down some wood out here again. Everywhere else I'm kind of okay with the woods staying where they are. I hate waiting. So the needs are actually starting to be problematic, right? So that's probably why we're not getting people actually coming in, because we need to actually provide more, way more than we have been. So the worst ones are creativity and esteem. So let's see if maybe we can do something about that by specifically building some of these buildings that I need to build for that. So perhaps another school would make sense, right? I'm thinking perhaps out here. Is this okay? No, it's kind of weird. I mean, this is already a school, right? So, but yeah, we are definitely having too many citizens for what we are able to provide with the buildings that we have. So, we're starting to see problems. What we can do is we can go in here and we can increase the safety. Of 4 every cycle. But that doesn't seem like that's a lot. Increases the safety satisfaction of 4 every cycle. 4 doesn't seem like a lot when you're 1049 in the negative. Right? So being 1049 in the negative is ridiculous. I think we're going to have to start going to the next era pretty soon because we're not able to actually provide enough for our citizens. Because even if we were to go in, right, and provide some of these things, cultural buildings upgrades gave you plus 0 points. Why is everything give me plus 0 points? Oh, that's cultural building upgrades. Well, we're not upgrading cultural buildings. Okay, so what we could do is provide a little bit more, right? So this, for example, will provide a little bit more health, bit more safety, and then another school, right? So I'm thinking I'm gonna build another one of these out here. Just push it back a little bit, and then build that. Right, so that's going to give us just 250 more. It's a bit ugly with how it cuts into the rock and everything, and then there's roads all around it. So I don't know. It just seems like the game is a bit weird, and in certain scenarios, right? Like this scenario is, for example, is a bit weird. Like, why would you need a road behind it when it's facing a mountain? You don't. But it is what it is, right? Like, it just is what it is. Okay, and then I'm thinking maybe we're just gonna slap another school in here in this little spot, right? So Oh, we're actually having problems because we're not having enough wood, I think. So yeah, so like just let's just place another school right in here, right? Or here. That'd be an interesting school, right? Like just very far away from everything. Now we're gonna put the school here. Potentially actually turning it like this. Yeah, let's build the school here. It's a bit awkward, but it kind of works. Right, we could do another one of these buildings. Oh, actually we've gotten some citizens here. That's nice. Okay, let's do another cutting camp. And this time we're going to place that. We are going to place that. Where are we going to place that? I think I'm just going to place that out here. We're struggling with the most is the wood. But I'm also thinking I'm going to go to the next era relatively soon now. Hoping that it's going to fix a couple of these issues we're having with some of these things, right? Also, have we not unlocked it? Right, so we haven't even unlocked it, but it would be kind of nice if we could build this. So things are looking relatively okay. We're still positive on everything, so there's that. And yeah, this school seems to have started filling out a little bit more of the city back here, which that's cool. It's great. Okay, so this is something we're gonna have to build out here on the river. And I'm not sure if we can do it. Because we have used up basically all of our proximity buildings, right? I don't think we can get rid of any of those. No, we need all of them. So that's a bit sad. We could technically build it out here. It'd be a bit weird. But technically we could build it out here. It'd just be a bit weird. I suppose we're just not going to build it. And instead we are definitely, I think, finally going to the next era. And I'm hoping that, well, this city can still grow while in the next era. If not, you know, it's kind of awkward, but still a very pretty city. Still a lot of potential. for it to grow. So now, what is going to happen if we go and we just skip ahead to the next era? So let's save before we do that. And hopefully in the next era we can supply a little bit more. Okay, so end of antiquity. Skip the cinematic. Alright, we don't need blueprints, but what we need is citizens. Although this trade route is really nice for us to just sell stuff. But we're gonna get new ones, right? So what we want is citizens. And our overall score for the antiquity is only 91. And that is because the average faction trust is not very high and we haven't built all the wonders. Okay, so we can select 2 of these, and I think we're going to go with a commercial plan and a production plan. And then we can choose 4 things that we want to preserve. And I think we want to preserve specifically the statue. And then the second one as well. And the castrum. So keeping military things protected, I think, is what we're going to do. Yep, so maybe that second one we're not going to protect. And instead we're going to protect some of the ones that are, yeah, so the Thermi, probably how you pronounce it better, and the theater. Right, I think that makes sense, and then we want to be able to launch another caravan, I think. Let's close this. Or more natural resources, or cultural buildings offer 15% more satisfaction. Additional decrease. So I'm thinking actually we're gonna go with philosopher. Because the satisfaction from cultural buildings is actually kind of nice for us. So now we have to place our medieval city center. And that is actually a pretty darn difficult decision. I would like to build it out there, right? So this is too far. So basically we're gonna have to build it out here, right? So we're going to put this out here. I think that is the best possible location for us to do it. I think it makes sense to build it out here. So I'm thinking just right, like just down here, right? So it starts as a fort or like some sort of castle, right? And then people decide that they're going to migrate around it, and then it eventually grows. I think, yeah, that's the best possible place for us to put it. It'd be nice to be able to put it up here, but that's just too far, right? So where does it make sense? Here. Let's go ahead and plop this down. Right there. So there we go. There's our medieval fort. Looks like everything is a little bit better. But this is a disaster. I thought that things surrounded by a wonder are not going to be affected by getting destroyed. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure out a couple of things, right? So there is the glazed pottery workshop. Which, you know, we could technically still place these buildings down here in our old school city. Or we could say that, you know, new things are just going to go here instead. Which, that is an interesting question to ask, right? So, there's a few things that we can unlock. Specifically, we can now unlock the small mine, which allows us to harvest gold or iron. And so we look at where we have those resources. Most abundantly seems like over here's a lot of iron and a bit of gold. So we want to put that out here. Build. And we're gonna start with iron. And then gold seems to be mostly back here, right? So back here seems to be a big gold vein. So perhaps we can put a small mine kind of nice if I could highlight it while you're placing it. So it's over there. See, I already lost it again, but I suppose this is where it is. But it's just too far, right? So we're not gonna bother with that. Instead... see, out here would be nice as well. And we can put another one of these buildings here. Okay, so is this a good spot to set that up? I think this is probably the best gold mine we can place in here, if it can also grab this section up there. So yeah, we might wanna slap this thing down out here. Okay, so making some progress with the gold and iron. And we should have a bunch of... yeah, we can basically unlock everything. Wonders, we can't really unlock. Services we don't have. Okay, and a dungeon. And a hostel. And a university. And a guild. And a court. Right, so... all of these buildings are kind of run down now, so we can decide if we want to repair them. And I think we want to repair all of them, specifically the markets, I think. Some things are a bit more difficult to repair than others. Okay, where are we? Think. Oh wow, okay, so this takes a lot of resources. I keep pressing escape. Okay, so a lot of these things take a lot of resources, so let's see what we are going to prioritize. I think the markets was what I said I'm going to prioritize. Specifically, these commercial buildings seem like priority. And I think I've covered that now. Okay, so I've got all the commercial buildings. Now next up would probably be some of the... or maybe we'll just move from section to section. Let's start down here. Yes, so that seems like a decent repair, and then the school is going to take a few more resources. Okay. I wish it would kind of highlight if there's something that you can repair. Okay, so is there anything left we can repair? So I don't think there is anything that we can now still repair, so we're just gonna have to wait for resources to come in. And upgrading this is going to take a couple of these resources as well. And only 2,500 citizens. We are good. We are good on that. So what we need to upgrade this is actually attraction of 2,100. Yeah. That is crazy. Okay, so if we roll this, yeah. I knew it. Wow, that just... Right, so that just came out of nowhere. Um, People just decided, like, let's all move here all at once. Wow. Um, right. Right. So, just repairing some of these things, and this is done, so... Can we put a mine here now? So that we can start gathering some gold. It'd be kind of nice if we could put it anywhere out here. Ah, okay, we can put it right... Oh, there seems really good. Yeah, that's the best I can do right now. And that's actually pretty decent, right? If we can actually improve the radius of it, that would be cool. Yes, so it will improve the radius. So, we are gathering stone out here and here. Clay out here. I suppose we can also start gathering some stone in this general vicinity out here. Right, like just this is just going to have... maybe on this side it's actually better. Maybe we can put it in between. Ah, yeah, see, there we go. So now this is just smack in the middle. And we're gonna want to harvest some rock. And we might actually want to upgrade our cutting camps once we have more rock coming in. Or just, you know, make another one. Because it's a lot cheaper to make another one. We're just going to put that in here. Yeah, we're just going to put it in here. Yes, it's in the attrition zone, but you know, it's fine. It's just whatever. Wow, okay. This thing is just growing. This thing is just growing so fast. Like I don't even have time to put any of these buildings down because it's just growing way too fast for me to actually fill in any of the buildings. And I'm not sure if anything is going on here anymore. It'd be kind of nice to still see people moving in here and, you know, building some of these antique level buildings. It'd be kind of sad if, you know, things aren't. Okay, so thought I was gonna build a rampart around this area, but I guess not. We could only upgrade the existing one. Okay. Not something that I'm thinking about currently. Evolve a cultural building. So how can I evolve a cultural building? So for example, this one, right? You need to unlock the next level to this building in the building tree. Oh, so I would first have to unlock it, right? So if I unlock it, I can upgrade it. Makes sense. Okay, what are we doing? Food seems okay, but just okay. Just okay. Perhaps, maybe we want to put a farm in between here? Or do we want to put the farm out there? Or do we just want to fill this in with more farmland? You know, actually, I think that's what we should do. We should just fill this in with more farmland. Maybe out here? Yeah, maybe we'll just put a farm right here. And hope it's not going to place fields right inside our city. Okay. So things are being repaired. So that's cool. So everything has been repaired now. And now We still can't build any of these things because they take massive amounts of resources. So I'm thinking... Okay, so I can't actually access politics right now. So we need to first build the House of Grievances. So first we need to unlock that. So I think what we need right now is to just try to upgrade this. So stone cutting, right? Increases 8 per turn. Just not a lot. So can we actually upgrade this then? Right, there's a stonemason. It takes gold leaves. Which I suppose that's going to need another... another artisan to do that. So instead we're just going to build a stonemason. And we're just going to build him like right here on this road, right? So like right there. Seems fine. So we can get cut stones a little bit faster. So we're getting iron, but we need to make steel out of that eventually. And we're getting some gold, but we need to make gold leaves out of that. I don't know why we need to make gold leaves. I think it should be gold bars. Well, my factions are getting along. That's great. We did expel everyone that wasn't getting along, so there's that. So I'm hoping that there's still going to be some migration into this medieval antiquity city instead of just everybody going into a medieval city. Right now I'm not actually sure what I'm waiting for. I think I want to improve this so I can get to the next chapter. Yes. And then also kind of looking at these things and being like, huh. So we have like a small political building here. And a dungeon. Which is kind of cool. Question is, you know, where do we put any of these things, right? It's like... And we also have the glazed pottery workshop we could put somewhere. So a good question would be, where are we putting any of these things, right? So how do we come up with the districts here? So probably thinking that here to the east of our medieval town should probably be the educational center, the intellectual district, and then up here probably political, or maybe we're just mixing everything together, right? Like, why not? The hostel, I think, should just obviously be on the main road. The guild probably as well. So for some trading, right, we want to have our guild. And then a glazed pottery workshop can just kind of be up here, or there or here. I don't know. Doesn't seem like something that would want to be on the main road. So maybe we're just going to slap this right in there. But first we're gonna unlock the next thing here, which we're still waiting for the cut stones. Ah, bricks, tiles, food, steel, iron, precious stones, gold, coins. My god. We still have a lot of things that we need to repair, but my god, this is just growing so fast. I mean, it's our own fault because, you know, we kind of are playing with the turns unlocked. My god, I feel like I need to really put a few things in place now, and I'm thinking this just fits really nicely in here now, so we are going to place that in there. It's going to provide us with creativity and esteem. A ropery to make ropes, right? So it's a cool building. And I think this kind of in particular would look good here. Or maybe just here. And it's going to provide us with some creativity. Right, so I'm gonna have to build a couple of these buildings so we can get all this stuff up. Okay, so it doesn't have any space left to create new fields, and I suppose it's okay to have a little amount of fields in here. I don't know why you didn't put fields here. Right? Like, there's lots of space here for fields, but you're not building them. Oh wow, okay, so how many fields does it have? 11 fields are connected. Okay, so right. I kinda wish I could stop the city from growing. Jeez, okay. It's just growing and growing and growing, and we're going to need more and more farms. So I'm thinking this second city is going to start having to put out some farms as well eventually, because up here is just going to be used up eventually. Let's build that farm over there, and I guess we can upgrade the farm. to level 3. You know, we have way more things than we need. Okay. It's just becoming a bit of a mess. But that's okay, you know. Maybe we could just fill all these spaces here with farmland. Why not? Okay, we're getting close. We're getting actually close to being able to upgrade this. There we go. Of course it's telling us that we can do it. And then we can upgrade this and... then we need to save up some cut stones again. Oof. Can we repair anything? No. We lack sand. I suppose we're not actually gathering any sand anywhere. Oh, we are actually gathering sand here. But is there any sand left in this area? There's a bit of sand left over here, which I think this is able to grab anyway, right? So, yeah. So we're gonna have to think about sand. So primarily we could get sand. Ooh, there's absolutely nowhere to get sand, so we're gonna have to trade for it. Right, we have a desert biomes when you need one. Yeah, there's just no more sand anywhere here, so... it's a bit tricky. Let's see what happens when we unlock this. Okay, so... precious stones or wooden beams and cut stones. Yep, we're definitely wanting the cut stones. Okay, so... the Master Builder office, the library, the House of Grievances. Okay, so the Master Builder office allows modification of the urban planning rules. That seems like something we want to do. And then there's the library and the House of Grievances, which all take sand. Oh no. Eh, 900 gold. Wow. So let's improve our gold mine. So, I think the Master Builder office would go first. Which means we need stone and gold for that, which we're getting close. Right, so now we have enough stone. So now we're just waiting for the gold, which should come in slowly. But yes, I have not seen our antique city grow any further. But I suppose our medieval city can sort of grow into it. So it can start filling in the gaps, right? I think. Oh, build the House of Grievances. Okay, so we need to build that first. Which means we're gonna need sand. 675 of it. Can we just buy sand? Why is sand so dang expensive? Right. The House of Grievances enters the playing field. And we're going to put this bad boy here. Boom. It provides some safety and some belonging. Oh boy, 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 boy. We might actually just want to demolish. 18,000! Some of the things in this game make no sense to me. Right, like some of the things in the game, just to me, make literally almost no sense. Because it's like, with how little money I can get, can you stop actually telling me that you cannot build any more fields? Now we go up to 11. Yeah, I don't know. A resource has been depleted. Okay, so all the resources for this have been depleted, but there should be more stone if we upgrade this. Because there's a lot of stone on the far side of the mountain, so if we improve this, it should be able to keep going for a while. Yep, 8,000 more stone. There's the... Oh my god. It's getting a bit clusterfucky. There's so much that we're unlocking. That all of this is costing so many resources. Right, all of these things take so many resources to build. We can barely build any of this stuff. But I suppose that's my own fault because we need to upgrade these things. I'm not sure how we're going to make gold leaves though. So there's the House of Grievances. It does look pretty cool. This town also looks pretty cool with its little castle in the middle. That's pretty cool. Like all of this is pretty cool. Just way too expensive. Why is it still saying, oh, there are stables? Okay, so we're mostly lacking bricks. So this is gathering clay just fine. So perhaps what we need to do is put the brick work kind of... okay, so this is all swamp. Okay, we want to just use up the space out here for this kind of stuff. Just get a few more bricks. You know, it doesn't really need a lot of tiles, even though all of these buildings have tiled roofs. Alright, you are out of sand and rock and everything. We are just going to demolish you. 2,400 to demolish you. Okay. Okay, so overall, I think this game is kind of fun, but it definitely needs to see a couple more updates and some improvements to some of the slightly wonky things. Because like repairing any of these things is just taking so many resources that you just can't afford to use. And then these buildings are just sitting around not doing anything because it just takes way too many resources to repair them. Right, like some of them we can actually go ahead and repair. But most of them we can't repair because we don't actually have the resources for it. And I suppose what we're gonna have to do is place another quarry. Let's see, the question is where. I guess out here might be nice, right? If we can find a spot that's not directly in the swamp. Right, so right here seems like a pretty decent spot for a quarry. Get some of that clay that we so desperately need. We've just been sticking with Constantinople all this time, and I think we're going to stick with him. G. So like this city is starting to look almost bigger than the other one, and it's just going so fast. Okay, repair more of these things. Not sure I really have to, but you know. It is nice to repair these things. This thing is just way too expensive to repair. I think this costs almost more than it costs to build. Yes, see, it only cost me 700 wood to build it, but for some reason it takes 1,000 wood to repair it. Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? No, seriously, why is it so expensive to repair these things? I mean, I get it, you know, like, these things are abandoned, they're no longer used, but I mean, people still live right here. Wouldn't they keep up the cemetery? There's a few things in this game that really bother me. Like, downright bother me, you know, not even just, oh, it's a mild thing. No, there's some things in this game that tremendously bother me. Tremendously. So the next thing we want to build is the master builder's office. And I think how much rock are we actually harvesting? So this, and then I suppose we can improve this. That would make it a bit faster, right? And I'm also needing more food. Food is definitely my biggest problem. Where could I go for more food? I suppose just going out here, right? So build more farms here, or in this direction, right? So if we just go out there to build a farm out there, right? Must be placed on the periphery of the attrition zone. Oh, okay. We can build these really far out now. We just need to not build this inside of dense forest, which that's going to be difficult. Okay, we can build this here. Could build it here, and then with some upgrades, yeah, we could turn a lot of this land into just forestry. Means that once we do that, out here, where we are currently chopping down all of this wood, we should chop down more of the wood. So that we can turn all of this into farmland. Right, like all of this here, once we've chopped out the trees, would make some pretty good farmland. And I guess this just barely doesn't have enough space out here. We can just about barely put a farm here. Perfect. It annoys me that this farm... Okay, Okay. Library. We can build the library. So what does the library actually look like? Okay, so the library looks like this, which is kind of nice. Only that, you know, like, the city is just so big already that it's like, I cannot place this anywhere near the city center. At all. Anyway, master builder's office, we just lack some stone. So we're just going to buy some stone, right? Why does this cost 5 per unit? Gee, okay. There it is. And what a beauty it is. Where are we going to put this? We could put it in like the old town, right? Or just, you know, like outside. Goodness. I guess up here maybe. So putting like both of these service buildings kind of like close together. Yes, you know, why not? I think that makes sense. Yes, let's go ahead and put it like this. Oh, that is in the attrition zone. Okay. I completely forgot about that. So let's instead put it out here then. See, the thing is, we've already kind of ran out of space in this new part of town, which is really ridiculous. You know what? Why don't we just put it over here? I think it kind of neatly goes there. So, what are the worst ones? And I suppose safety. Oh, these politics. These politics are much more complicated. Okay, so these people aren't happy. But why? Trust 100, 100, 99, 96, 84. Why? It would be nice if it were to explain to me. Okay, that actually seems like a nice thing for me to do. So that might increase people actually wanting to live next to the ramparts. Okay, but why? Why? The political authorities all provide bonuses or maluses to your town, depending on how much they trust you. The higher the trust, the greater the benefits provided. To increase or decrease their trust, you can build buildings from their culture, pass decrees, or accept factions. I guess I don't have a lot of military buildings. You know, now that I'm looking at this, 1267, 487, 53, 934, 1424, 706. Or am I going to need these for anything else? Wow. Right. That just happened. So, we can build little court things. Little cute square things. Which have an attraction of 1000. Hell yeah. If that is not going to attract people to live here, then I don't know what will. Okay, the library is probably the next thing we want to build. I can't even think of any of these other buildings because I'm just trying to keep everything stable, which I suppose wouldn't happen to you if you just played the normal difficulty, or like the normal progression of the game, right? So, since they're not very happy, I think I should probably repair some of these military buildings. I mean, specifically there's only one I haven't repaired. And that just needs a boatload of things. Let's go with that. Not sure what that is going to do. Oh! I just realized buildings are coming up near the ramparts because they are more attractive now, apparently. This thing has an attraction of 1000 and it's still not doing anything to make this more attractive. That is ridiculous. Also, don't build in here. And I guess I'm also demolishing these. A village square. 2000 attraction. Right, if that is not going to fix these bloody issues that I'm having with the attraction, Ben. I don't know what is. I mean, maybe we can just put these in front of houses. Right, like if I just put this in front of this school, like so. Or maybe the other way around. Like so. I'm just testing things out, right? I just think I have way too many citizens. Okay, that doesn't even seem to make this high attraction. There's still more attractive areas to settle. I suppose the village square cost me clay. Yes, it did. Bloody hell. Okay, so what can we do with this Master Builder's Office? Uh-huh. Okay, so if I select the district, I can say the inhabitants should be made up of okay, wait, so if I select this, then I can say I want this to be older buildings. Empty spaces or houses. Okay, so I can pack things more. Okay, so I will lose 70 citizens if I do this, but maximum number of inhabitants, floors. Right, so we're going with this, right? Because it's accept gold beta forge. Oh, okay. So finally we can make the gold leaf. Right. So we're going to lose citizens again in here. Okay, so the thing is, there's like these medieval buildings kind of scattered in between. But what we can also do is we can take buildings, I think, and increase them. So if we, for example, want a more denser area, like here, for example, we can actually increase that, and then that becomes more dense, right? So This would then become a more dense district. And that is kind of cool. Where we can say like, okay, so this is going to become a bit more dense, and then this is going to be, you know, a bit more rundown, right? So if we wanted to, we could make the buildings around this stupid wonder that, I really dislike this wonder. But that's cool, right? So we can influence how that is going to look. It's also interesting how this seems to be kind of like a mixture of medieval and old buildings. Interesting. So we can't change the districts, but what we can change is we can change what houses are in the district. So if in the urban core they're going to decide, oh, okay, so let's upgrade some of these houses. So if we were to do that anywhere, I think we'd want to do that with something that's kind of where would we want to upgrade this? Maybe this, yeah, that should be. Oh, it already is in the Middle Ages. It's just that the houses are not all upgraded. So I'm thinking this one might be nice to upgrade, right? So, boop. It's pretty cool. And then if we upgrade this as well, boom. Ah, this really changes the aesthetic of the city. I'm wondering if there's going to be more buildings going to be added. Right, so I'm just going to do this with everything. Or am I? I think mostly like in this area it makes sense. Right, so we're keeping the old school sort of looking buildings, but we're upgrading the houses. I mean, that's a decision that you could definitely decide to do, right? Like slowly upgrading all the houses, making more space for people. Right, so that's interesting. Okay, something ran out of resources, specifically this one. Sometimes I wonder if it's worth even demolishing it, or if you should just let it sit there, do nothing, right? Food might become a problem again. So our city is just becoming so large, I don't know what to do with it sometimes. Oh, the hostel. We can finally build the hostel. Right. So we want to build the hostel right here. Or do we want to build the hostel somewhere? Where exactly are we going to build it, right? Like, we're running out of space. actually, we should probably save up for the library. We're almost there. There we go, that's the library. Unlocked. And we are going to be putting this library. Would be funny, next to the Library of Alexandria. So it's kind of funny how we have the Library of Alexandria, but we're like, okay, wait. Listen. We need to build a library so that we can host all of this knowledge that as a civilization or like as a city we are starting to attract a lot of scholars. So they need a library to actually hone their knowledge. So let's just build a library even though we have the Library of Alexandria. See, that makes no sense. I think if you have a Library of Alexandria, it should function as the library, instead of having to build another one. Like some dumb fuck. And just like I said I would, I'm going to make this kind of be... Right, so let's just give you Steam and that, and this game is starting to annoy me a little bit. Maybe it's better if you play with the normal amount of turns or cycles. I'm curious to see where this game is going, right? So with this, production building reserve plus 10%. Okay, so we can activate this. Is this going to cost us anything? Know-how are obtained thanks to cultural buildings built from the Middle Ages and after. Each building has a specific bonus, which can be activated or deactivated using the library. Why would I deactivate it? Oh, okay, because I only have 10 slots. Makes sense. I wish I could upgrade this wall. If I get the amount of stone necessary for it, can I then upgrade this? Let's try that. One last thing. Okay, so no, we can't. That would actually be cool if we could upgrade this. But apparently it can be evolved. Okay, so we're gonna see some problems with the sand because we're actually not making any sand. So that is something to to figure out, right? So that's a big problem in general. Because no matter where you build, I feel like you're gonna run out of sand. Like I don't think you can actually gather the amount of sand necessary. So I suppose what you're gonna have to do is just keep buying sand. Because sand seems to be a bottleneck right now. Because I just don't see how balancing everything, I'm able to get the amount of sand necessary. Specifically, you know, with buildings requiring up to like 600 sand, right? So, for example, if we put a small quarry out here, that is only going to produce... Alright, where's a lot of sand? Right, even there on the beach, you only have 5,600 sand. That is not a lot. It's like, right, like some of these buildings, right, this one, 200 sand, right? And then this building, actually we can repair this, so we should. And this building, no, that's just taking some other stuff. But, you know, some of these buildings, you know, seem to be taking a massive amount of sand to repair. Okay, so we're starting to repair some of these buildings. It's pretty cool. This one, I think in particular, 600 sand is just ridiculous, right? And then this one as well, with, you know, the clay. Clay and sand are actually very difficult to come by. We still have a lot of clay in this area, so that's still 5,000. And then we still have clay being produced down here, which I guess we could improve that, make it a little bit better. But yeah, I think the game's pacing is better if it's forcing you into the Middle Ages after a certain amount of turns, right? I think it's actually much better. And I don't think you're gonna be able to, or... Like, it's very difficult to cram all the wonders in your city because they're so far outside, right? You need to put them so far outside that it's just almost impossible to fill your city actually with the amount of buildings required to actually just even remotely surround these buildings, right? So I think you're best off just choosing one of the wonders. Because if you build too many of the wonders, you're going to not be able to actually fill in the space. Because you have to spread the wonders out so far. I feel like building one or two is already a lot. But if you want the maximum amount of points, you're going to be building 5. But I don't think that 5 wonders is really justified for one city. I mean, you can later fill it in, right? But maybe if I just played a bit better and I understand the mechanics a bit more, I can make the city grow way faster and get the wonders unlocked way quicker. But it just seems like it's very difficult to get to the point where you unlock the wonders and then place the wonders, and you know, it takes a lot of blueprints to unlock all the wonders. So I'm not even sure if you can get to that point where, you know, like all this empty space that I still have, right? How was I supposed to fill this empty space in the normal game time? There's just no way. Anyway, I think this is about it for this run. We might try a different city next time around. Now that we understand the mechanics just a little bit more, we might actually sell fewer of our resources, because resources are kind of scarce. So we might actually choose some different bonuses. Also gotta remember just how much farmland one needs for 7,000 citizens. And overall, just remember to not build ramparts, because they suck. Honestly, personally, I think they just kind of suck. They're okay, but they just suck just a little bit. Just a little bit, right? I think. Especially because the aesthetic of the ramparts does not even match the aesthetic of the buildings behind it, right? That is the thing that bothers me the most. That is what bothers me the most. The fact that we can build this thing, but we cannot exactly decide where to build it. It would be nice if you could choose a little bit more where you could build it. That would actually be cool. So like if you could actually choose a little bit more directly where the rampart is going to be built, that would be cool. But yes, time for me to head off. It's been fun trying this game out, but I'm pretty sure that after